All right, we're going to call to order the December 17th meeting of the West Sacramento City Council and Redevelopment Successor Agency and Financing Authority. We're going to begin tonight as we do each week with the Pledge of Allegiance. We'd like to ask our guests to join the council and staff in the pledge, which tonight will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Mark Johannesson. The council did meet in closed session this evening to confer with our real property negotiator regarding negotiations with respect to property at 826 West Capitol Avenue, to confer with our legal counsel regarding one item of existing litigation, the Universal Limousine case, and one case of substantial exposure litigation, and no action was taken on any of those items. So that brings us to item 1A, which is presentations by the public on matters not on the agenda, but within the jurisdiction of the City Council. And as is noted on our agenda, the state law prohibits the council from taking action or having a discussion about items that are brought up under item 1A, but it is an important opportunity for a public forum. We do ask that anyone wishing to address the council on this or any other item this evening to please fill out one of the yellow cards that's available near the front door and turn it into the city clerk. In front of the city clerk is a timer, and we use that timer just to make sure that everyone has a chance to be heard. And so to that end, all the comments and testimony are limited to 3 minutes each. Also in front of the clerk is a flip chart, and that flip chart simply indicates which agenda item the council is currently considering. We accept the speaking cards all the way up to the conclusion of the staff report on any particular agenda item. Once the staff report is complete and the council questions have begun or the public testimony, we don't take any additional cards. So if you have an interest in speaking on any of the agenda items this evening, please be sure to get the card in as soon as you can, but certainly before the end of the staff report. We also recognize that for some folks, speaking in public can cause discomfort, anxiety, hives, other symptoms. And so we just ask that we not have any boos or catcalls or actually even any applause or other demonstrations, and try to just maintain a civil discourse among your fellow citizens here in the chambers. So with that, we have one request to speak under item 1A, and that's by Mr. Bill Lowell.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. William Lowell, West Sacramento, for the record. And I hope before too long we can get in some bus shelters like over at the Social Security office here in West Sacramento. And they're on Reed Avenue eastbound before you get to Harbor Boulevard coming from the shopping center. And also in the Southport area at the Nugget Market as the bus number 35 is coming back northbound, but makes that right turn on Lake Washington Boulevard, because groceries are usually the last thing that people shop for, and that would be an ideal place for one of the busiest bus stops. And we don't even have a bench at any of those places right now, so I think those would be the best spots for our next shelters to be located. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Lowell. All right, so with that, we'll move on to item 1B, which is council communications. Are there any reports or other communications this evening? Mr. Kristoff.
Let's see. Start. SAC Regional, we met last week, and the Echo Water Project is on target, and from a construction perspective, and it is also on budget. And one of the areas I know the council's interested in, and that is as we go out for various bids on parts of the Echo project, different businesses bid on those, on doing the work, and the vast majority of the bids are local. So I thought that was something that is working well in our favor. West Sac SAFCA, we met last Thursday, the 11th, and we are continuing to negotiate with property owners on their property values. And this is going to probably be a long, drawn-out process. It's going to take some time. We have come to agreement with a couple, but needless to say, there's probably, I believe, 30 that are still outstanding, and some of those will be very, very large ones. On LAFCO, we have a report coming out on broadband, and we will be bringing that report to the council. And this is the draft report, and I'm going to give that to City Clerk so that I think it's in February, January, February. We will be hearing this issue pertaining to broadband and the issues that surround it. It seems like broadband, at first blush, really seems like it'll be a very good economic development tool. And so it'll be something that I think we will have a very lively discussion with. And I know that our city manager has been contacted by our LAFCO staff, and we will be putting something together so that we can go to each city within the county and the county itself and present this report for broadband. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kristoff. Mr. Ledesma?
Thank you. Thank you. I have a few items to report on. Just give me a second, if you don't mind. First of all, on Monday, December 9th, the mayor and I attended the city school 2x2 committee meeting. Present was board member, in addition to us, was board member Alicia Cruz. We had it was a little bit of a robust agenda, just getting information on and updates on a few items. Most importantly was around the Bright development and around what the school district is doing to improve the Alice Norman campus out there, and their plans for career technical education in that area. We talked about the need to to discuss further in 2015 other projects that we may have gone out there. Including looking at possible funding sources, or at least prioritization of the Bright Park Master Plan, which we've been working on for some time. So there was good discussion around that. As well as we talked about safety and safe routes to school, particularly around the high school, River City High School, specifically at the crosswalks that are on the Clarksburg Branch Trail, crossing both Linden between the high school and Target, and around Lake Washington. Both have become very problematic, so our staff was very good about providing an update on our plans to improve those two crosswalks so they're more safe for our kids that are going to school around that area. In addition, on December 8th, I attended and chaired the Yolo County Transportation District meeting. It was a pretty light agenda that night. One of the items there was to quickly see an old friend back at the table, which is Mike Lucan, who's now serving as a Deputy Transportation Director out there. But his portfolio is already full. I'm glad to report a lot of it is on some of the items that he's been working on for West Sac. So things such as the streetcar, for instance, are in his portfolio of work. So we look forward to continuing getting that support. He named off a few other projects that he's been working on that he'll remain. He wanted me to convey to this body that he will remain committed to making sure West Sac gets the attention it needs on the transportation front. So that was good news, and it was good to see him at that meeting. In addition, the district is looking at, and we approved for the executive director to go and we purchased 9 compressed natural gas vehicles, CNG vehicles, buses, So there's some good feedback, but it was a good purchase opportunity, and we're going to take it. So he's commissioned to do that. This past Monday, on the 15th, I also chaired the Natural Heritage Program JPA meeting. That, for a reminder, that's our project plan to develop a conservation plan for Yolo County. A couple of things of importance I'll report on. First of all, we took action that night. We put to test our new process to evaluate, analyze and evaluate properties that may be purchased for easements, using the actual funds to purchase easements. I know that was one of the questions that this body had, since we've been contributing, or projects and developers have been contributing towards the Swenson's Hawk Mitigation Fund. So we put this a technical advisory commission together in the past, some rules around farmers or others who had eligible property that they would like to have purchased for those easements. The technical committee, who was all volunteer, went out to those sites to do analysis, and they came back with recommendations on whether those would be suitable properties for those species. And as it turned out, we had, I think, 8, I'm trying to pull out the report, it's not pulling up, but I think we had 8 properties come in to be proposed, and we recommended 4 of them. Actually, 3 of them for Swenson's hawk, and 1 of them for future use for future species, because the plan's not finished yet. But 3 of them we're moving forward on. So that was a good. It felt good to actually accomplish something at that meeting. So that was was intent. So it was a big milestone for that JPA. And the other one, which is good news for staff on our side, is that we voted to officially change our name of the JPA to just the Yellow Habitat Conservancy. So we get rid of a lot of acronyms and everything else in our vocabulary. So again, that's something that came up. But that's all I have for now. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Ledesma. And a couple items to report. The Mayor's Selection Committee held our periodic meeting and made a series of appointments to the Tier 2 countywide commissions and committees on behalf of the cities. But the only one I wanted to make public here was that we appointed Councilmember Sandine on behalf of all the cities to the Yolo County Children's Alliance Policy Council, I think is the name of it. Having said that, we also are commissioning a look at whether or not we want to continue making appointments to that body or not, or whether that's, we don't currently appoint representatives directly to the executive committee, which is where the actual decisions are made, and so we want to be respectful of your time. So that appointment's been made, but as I said, the Children's Alliance itself is also going through some reorganization issues as well, but that was the principal appointment there. I think Mr. Tuttle's exiting one of the committees. I can't remember what it is, maybe the Random Access Network or something like that. But most of them are on a fairly steady rotation at this point, so no surprises. Then the Sacramento Council of Governments, our board meeting is tomorrow. We had a transportation committee a couple of weeks ago. We're just plodding through the development of the next Metropolitan Transportation Plan. I've reported, virtually every meeting about the most important frame of this MTP, which is that our 2012 regional transportation plan was based on higher projected growth forecasts than we anticipate now in the 2016 projections. In 2012 was lower than 2008, so we've continually had to reduce the amount of growth that's forecasted in the plan, and that has to be reconciled with actually, okay, where is the growth happening? It's not just a bottom line number, but which projects, which land use elements that have been approved by local jurisdictions do we expect to happen within the 25-year envelope of this MTP, and which ones maybe not? At the same time, that means there's less revenue associated with those projects, and there's less demand associated with those projects. And so it also means that a dramatic amount of spending that is in the 2012 MTP for transportation projects has to be pulled back from what it was in that plan. Public agencies aren't used to doing that. So everyone's requested, for 2016, everybody's requested more than in 2012, even though we have to actually cut the number from 2012. So I think our total requests for 2016 of programming are, somewhere in the $50 or $60 billion level, and we need to get it down to, in the high 30s, high $30 billion. So that, both of those factors will be will have relevance here in this community. Most of the growth forecast that we're looking at having to peel back, well, all of it actually is in greenfield developments. The most regionally famous one is the Cordova Hills project. That's certainly going to be a ground zero project. But if it's not Cordova Hills, then it's projects. You start to go down the list, and it starts to be Yarborough, River Park, and projects in West Sacramento that are already within the suburban footprint. And so in the last 2 years ago, when we had this battle over Cordova Hills, it was more theoretical, but it will become more and more directly relevant to all the other communities in the region. Sort of, I mean, not to disparage Sacramento County, but their very aggressive greenfield development program really crowds out everyone else's opportunity to do a balanced land use strategy of urban and suburban development. So I simply mark that that's likely to become more increasingly controversial as we get to the decision point at the SACOG board over the next several months, and then in each city council and each board of supervisor chambers around the region, reconciling the general plans to more or less line up with that time frame. On the project side, the same thing. I think we've submitted requests just from West Sacramento, not including those highway projects that are in Caltrans jurisdiction, but just for West Sacramento, we've requested $388 million in the plan for capacity projects. That is for mainly road projects, bridge projects, that sort of thing, and then another $229 million for bike and pedestrian and maintenance, fix-it-first projects. So those are the two big buckets. So about $600 million. For comparison purposes, so last time in the 2012 MTP, we were programmed for just about $400 million. So we're part of that problem. We've requested 50% more money than we had programmed in the last MTP, even though we have to cut the MTP back. But for just for some relative figures, so that's I think I said $388 million for road projects. Davis's request is $3.9 million. So we've requested 100 times more than Davis. Winters, 0, Woodland, 60, and unincorporated YOLO, 0. So, and that's actually, that might sound shocking, but that's actually pretty close to the proportions in the funded 2012 MTP, and that's because in the MTP and in our general plans collectively around the county, we raised our hands and said we will grow more in our urban area so that partly so that Davis doesn't have to grow as much, and the county doesn't have to put housing on farmland and habitat. We will concentrate development in the urban parts of our city and grow a little bit more. But the deal was we need the transportation dollars, we need the bridges and the roads and the streetcars and the bike lanes and everything else in order to make that work. So it shouldn't be shocking, but it's just a reminder that we have more skin in this game around how the MTP comes together than any other jurisdiction in Yolo County, but more than virtually anyone else in the region. Sacramento's numbers are roughly twice ours. Sacramento's roughly 9 times our size. So it's you get a sense of how ambitious West Sacramento continues to be in our plans to develop additional infrastructure and amenities in the community. So the stakes are very high. We've been very successful in the last 5 MTPs. For 12 years we've been good at getting these resources to line up with our needs. But the whole council should be aware of the shape of these basic dynamics. And as we have debates around what performance indicators the region ought to use, those will all sound very ethereal about how they relate to cap and trade, but all of them translate into, okay, how does that formula affect us versus Elk Grove, or that sort of thing. So it's gonna be an issue that's gonna cross outside of the SACOG board into bleed into other domains that you all are working in as well. So each month this gets a little bit more specific, and with the idea that by the summer the SACOG board will be prepared to take final action on the bulk of this work. At some point, the SACOG staff will be coming here as well for a more in-depth presentation to the council on the MTP also. And then finally, my final report is, thank you for the rescheduling of the council meeting. I was at the White House last week with our Director of Early Learning Services, Justine Jimenez. We were both invited to the White House because the president was holding the first ever White House Summit on Early Childhood Education, and was featuring 10 cities across the country and a few other counties and other communities, but 10 cities across the country as the early learning model cities for America. And those 10 cities were cities like Chicago and Boston and West Sacramento. So it was really, it was astonishing. And, I mean, when you took a step back for a moment and just realized the weight and the significance of what was happening at that moment, it was extraordinarily heartwarming and fulfilling, and the pride. You might have just felt the pride that Justine and I were exhibiting in that moment in the community and the town and all the partners and our staff and all the parents and the preschool teachers and the kids. Everyone who's pulled off this miracle. And there's so if you go to the investinus.something website, I don't know if it's org or com or gov, there's a lot more detail on this, including a summary of what we've been doing in West Sacramento. But the president, the vice president, the secretary of education, the secretary of health, the secretary of housing, were all there for the whole day at the White House about this process, and we helped to lead one of the breakout sessions as well. So it was obviously really good promotion for what we're doing on preschool, good PR for West Sacramento, but also for Councilmember Sandine and her role leading that whole effort here on behalf of the city. Obviously, some great exposure among the foundations. The purpose of the president's announcement was to announce the $750 million worth of federal funds and $250 million or so of foundation and private funds to support this work nationally. That meant that we got an opportunity to meet all those private foundations and funders, and so I know Justine's got a lot of cards, but we should be in a good position to be able to get some additional resources to keep doing what we're doing, but also to keep being best in class, at least the top 10 in the country in terms of advancing the ball on early childhood education and making sure that every kid in our community is fully ready to succeed when they arrive in kindergarten. So. All right, then this is the evening when we do the assignments as well. So I'm just going to run through the council assignments to the various liaison committees and commissions and boards, some of which we just talked about. Starting with the city-county 2x2, it remains as Councilmember Johannesson and Councilmember Ledesma. City School 2x2, myself and Councilmember Sandine. The Community Choice Aggregation Steering Committee still exists for Mr. Johannesson. The Delta Protection Commission, this is FYI only because SACOG has appointed me as the director and Mr. Ledesma as the alternate. Executive Commission for the Homeless 10-Year Plan, Mr. Johannesson. LAFCO, this is a FYI only because the Mayor Selection Committee makes this appointment on behalf of all the cities, but Mr. Christoph's term will be coming to an end soon, right?
Probably 2 more years.
No, I think, is it 2 more years?
I think so.
Okay, but we don't make this appointment here, so, but it's.
Sounds so enthused, yeah.
The Port Commission, we have one expiration next month, but I'm planning on making that one appointment as part of the boards and commissions instead of in this set. The River City Stadium Financing Authority, myself and Mr. Christoph. Sacramento Area Council of Governments, myself as the director, Mr. Ledesma as the alternate. Sacramento County Regional Sanitation District Board, Mr. Christoph with Councilmember Sandine as the alternate. I'm sorry, I skipped Regional Water Authority, Mr. Christoph with Councilmember Sandine as the alternate. She develops water alternate expertise across a variety of these topic areas. Streetcar Policy Steering Committee, myself, Mr. Ledesma with Mr. Johannesson continuing as the alternate. The Redevelopment Successor Agency Oversight Board, continuing myself as the appointee of the council and also retaining the appointment of Ms. Rivas as the employee representative. Ms. Sandine at the Universal Preschool for West Sacramento Executive Board. For the Water Resources Association, Ms. Sandine and Mr. Christoph as the alternate. The West Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, JPA, Mr. Christoph and Ms. Sandine as the alternate. The West Sacramento Housing Development Corporation Board Liaison, Mr. Johannesson. The Yolo County Housing Authority Commission Liaison, Mr. Johannesson. The Yolo County Transportation District Board of Directors, Mr. Ledesma with Ms. Sandine as the alternate. The Yolo Habitat Conservancy Board of Directors, Mr. Ledesma with Mr. Johannesson as the alternate. Yolo Solano Air Quality Management District, Mr. Johannesson with Mr. Ledesma as the alternate. The Youth Commission liaison, which we need to simply ask the city clerk and the city manager, we need to have a discussion, level discussion about the status of the Youth Commission, which we've not appointed in several years. And we may determine if we're going to continue to do that, we should take some action with respect to the municipal code, or if we see a rationale to revive, we should do so. But in the interim, at least, Ms. Santine is the liaison. So that's all of them. We all got a lot of outside boards and commissions to sit on. So, all right. So those are the nominations to those various boards and commissions. There's our motion to approve them.
Second?
It's been moved and seconded. Seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Hearing none. That motion carries. Item 1C is appointments to boards and commissions. The council has received all of the applications. The deadline for boards and commissions was at the end of November. And we've asked the members of the council to submit their nominations to me by the end of this month. I think I've received already the nominations from most members of the council. And our intention is to make those appointments at the January whatever meeting we have in January, that those appointments will be made at that time. And we've received a lot of them. So thanks to, for anybody that's in the room or watching on TV that applied. Thank you very much, especially to those of you who applied for something other than the Planning Commission. Very much appreciate folks stepping up to volunteer to serve their community in so many ways to move us forward. All right, that brings us to presentations. The first is item 2, which is consideration of Resolution 14-57, accepting the official canvass and certification of the November 4th, 2014 election and declaring elected Christopher L. Cabaldon as mayor and Mark F. Johannesson and Christopher T. Ledesma for city council by the voters. Madam Clerk.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. First of all, let me congratulate the November candidates on the successful election. The adoption of this resolution is the second to last step in completing the election process. And as you stated in the recommended action, it's simply certifying the results provided to us by the county clerk. So I'm just looking for a motion for the approval.
Are there any questions for the clerk? All right, then there's their motion.
I would move that we adopt Resolution 1457, accepting the official canvass and certification of the November 4th, 2014 election.
I'll second that.
All right, seeing no discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries.
And I would just say congratulations, guys.
Thank
You
you.
did well.
Thank you.
Thank you. So now we'll proceed to the swearing
Okay.
in.
Now we are at the last step of completing the election process, and I'd like to start the swearing in with Councilmember Ledesma.
Go slow.
Okay, I will. I state your name,
I, Chris Ledesma,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the State of California,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation or
With-
purpose of evasion,
without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Congratulations. Okay, Councilmember Johannesson, or Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson, sorry. Okay, ready? I I state your name.
I, Mark Johannesson,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
and to the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I take this obligation freely
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will well and faithfully
and I will and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you. Congratulations. You want to just take it away? He knows this better than I do. All right, let's do this. I state your name.
I, Christopher Cabaldon,
Do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I take this obligation
that
freely.
I will bear true faith and allegiance. I'm sorry. To the Constitution of the United States and to the Constitution of the State of California.
And that I take this obligation freely
And that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion.
and that I will well and faithfully
And that I will well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I'm about to enter.
Thank you, and congratulations.
Yes, I'm going to turn now to the newly sworn-in members of the council for any comments that they might wish to make. Mr. Ledesma?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And first of all, I just want to tell the public that, and everybody in West Sacramento that I've got to talk to over the past few months through the campaign and in the years prior serving. It is a real joy, it is a real pleasure to serve on this council, to represent you at these numerous boards and commissions and wherever else we are as your representative. I thoroughly enjoyed the first term and learning about our government, how it could best serve you, best serve our interests, and keep the city moving forward, which as we all share in that value. So it's been a terrific honor, and it's a humbling experience to go through a campaign and learn from your direct constituents, from all of you, your values, what's important to you. And so I look forward to this second term where I can even use what I've learned in my first term even more to put it to work, to do your work, and to make sure we move forward. I would be remiss if I didn't thank my family who could not be here tonight. They had another obligation, family obligation, which always comes first in our family, but they do recognize they serve with me on this. So I want to thank them for their support of me during this time, during my service. So again, thanks to all of you, and I look forward to serving the second term.
Thank you. Mr. Johannesson?
Yeah, there's one thing about running for election is you really get to know the city. You get to walk every street, find every break in the sidewalk, every issue with every neighborhood. And it's really a good way to kind of get a real good feel overall of what the city's about. And it's always a joy to go to door and talk to people and really get impression from them what they feel is going on, because not a lot of people usually show up to these things as people are nervous and they don't like to talk. But you certainly get an earful when you go door to door. And really, it's just West Sac is such a wonderful place. I think people overwhelmingly love living in this city, and I'm certainly glad to be part of this, a little part of it with my colleagues here, but I'm certainly looking forward to another term of making West Sac a lot better. I appreciate it.
The oath of office was fun because I think I've now tied Mr. Christoph in terms of the number of times I've taken the oath because I have to run twice as often as he does. But when I first ran for the city council, I thought this was going to be a short-term assignment, and that there were just a few things to do and try to fix everything in 2 years, and then I would be done. I ran a special election to serve out somebody else's term, and that was in 1996 that I was first elected to the council. And I'm still at it because we've had such an incredible journey together as a community. And it's just every moment is an affirmation of why people came together in this community to make it a city in 1987, and why I love the opportunity to be able to serve and to accomplish things on behalf of our town. Whether it was at the White House last week or this morning, we had a delegation come from the other side of the river, and the admiration for our town externally is it's astonishing. This is the same town that 2 decades ago, we were dumped on by all of our neighbors and friends, and now we're one of the most admired places in the region and in the country. Not that we've solved everything. We have a lot of major, big challenges to resolve. We have a lot of deep problems in our community, but we've also made more progress than virtually anyone anywhere. I was asked a lot during the campaign, well, how long are you going to do this? Don't you want to run for something else and do something else? And why would anyone want to do anything else? I just hope that folks in the community appreciate and share my love for the art, for the place, and for the progress that we make. For me, I cannot imagine a more fulfilling calling in a life, in anyone's lifetime, than to feel the sense of impact and contribution that I've been privileged to be able to experience in this role. So we've got a lot of great buildings up and people are happier and things are good. Those are all wonderful, but the chance to help marshal all of us together to accomplish that and to believe that we can do just about anything tomorrow, because it turns out we can, is the most fulfilling thing that any human being could experience. So there's no such thing as a higher office than being able to share this journey with your friends and your neighbors in a community like this. So I love it, and I deeply treasure and honor the experience and to be able to do an opportunity to do it. And I'm deeply grateful to the people of the community for giving me the opportunity to serve them. So thank you.
I would just add that the three of you that ran this time, they were all incumbents, and they all won. And I think that says a lot. It really does. It says that, number one, the people seem to be fairly happy. I mean, not everybody is happy, but I mean, at the same time, the people seem to be fairly happy. I go to the post office, I go to the store, I go and we chit-chat a little bit about city politics or whatever it is, and they seem to be happy. They want more, but at the same time, they're sort of satisfied with some of the things that they do have. And it's a real testament for people to be elected and then put their name on the ballot again, and it just shows that there's people that think that those same people really deserve another opportunity. And I just thank the three people that were reelected. I think they've done a great job, and I just think that this last vote even shows that that is truly the case.
Thank you. Thanks very much, Bill. The only one other thing I'd add, even though this is just that the 6th council member up here all the time are the crazy voters of this community, who believe so much in the place and in the future and in progress that and in faith in each other and willingness to live with other people who aren't exactly like them all the time and wanting to try other and have other dreams. That's what makes the city successful. I mean, yes, I think we have some of the best staff people that you could have in the region. And I'm privileged to serve and have been with a lot of fantastic council members over all these years, who have only been able to do that because the people of the community have said, we want you to open up the riverfront. We want to take back West Capitol Avenue. We want a place to shop. We want some basic things. And if you do those things, then we're up for another round. Let's go do something else. And in so many other places, people get mad about one thing, and then they vote out the incumbents, and then they get mad about one other thing, and it creates a climate of paralysis and fear. And here, it's a climate of, okay, let's give it a shot. Let's see if we can pull something crazy. Let's see if we can do something amazing together. And what that feeling in the neighborhoods, that feeling in the community infects City Hall and everyone that works here. And so it's not just the election itself, but it's what the overall message that voters keep sending here about their belief in the future and then a belief about what their town can accomplish that I think makes all this possible. So thank you. We're now going to move the consent agenda, and we have first we have a memo from the city manager who's requesting that we.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Did you? Item number 4?
I'm sorry. All right. So we're not moving to the consent agenda. We're moving to item 4, which is the selection of the mayor pro tem. There's no staff report needed. So I'm going to open nominations for the position of mayor pro tem for 2016. Ms. Sandine?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to nominate newly re-elected council member Chris Ledesma for mayor pro tem.
Okay. All right. So moved in second. Are there other nominations? All right, then, Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Certainly. Councilmember Kristoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Johannesson? Yes. Councilmember Ledesma? Yes. Mayor Cabaldon?
Yes.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Here's congratulations. Do you have an acceptance speech?
I just made it, so thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. That now brings us to the consent agenda. The city manager has requested that we continue to a future meeting, item 10, the liquid hypochlorite treatment item. So without objection, that'll be the order. And the city manager has proposed an amendment on item 14 with respect to the January meeting, to reschedule that meeting to January, to have a single meeting to have one meeting in January that would also replace the February 4th meeting. And that meeting would occur on January 28th.
Yes.
Correct?
And then also to move the December 16th meeting because of a conflict to December 9th. I'm sorry, to reschedule the meeting on the 16th to the 9th.
All right. So other items on consent that any member of the council wishes to pull, or any item for separate question or comment?
13.
Is that you too? No.
Item 9, yeah.
Okay. Now we've got it. All right, so I'm going to actually pull item 9 off consent altogether, because we have several public requests and at least two council requests on it. So we'll just take that off consent and consider that separately. So, so I have item 8, item 13. So item 8 first is consideration of resolution 14-58, authorizing an application for the NEA grant and execution of a standard agreement.
Sorry, item 13?
No, 8 first.
Oh, 8 first, thank you.
Yeah, okay. So I wanted to check, just process-wise, this one go to the Arts, what's it, Arts, Culture, Historic Preservation?
Yes.
Commission in this form? Okay.
Well, it went as part of an overall Parks Master Plan and Arts presentation.
Okay, I think I saw that one, and I didn't see the distinct presentation on this, the proposal. So I'm supportive of this, but I do think it's, for two reasons, that it's really important that we, and I hope, since there are a lot of department directors here, that we make more effective use of the commissions than we have. because the Arts Commission should be, the actual strategy that's underneath here around which corridors should be prioritized for art and in which ways and all of that. Those are important policy decisions and planning and development, sequencing and timing issues that should be before us right now, but also before those commissions as they're doing this work. It's a challenge, I know, because of the schedule, but that challenge was the challenge created by the city manager and the department directors when you said, please don't have so many commission meetings. So we peeled back the schedule for virtually all of the commissions, with the understanding that they would always be called into a meeting when there was an item that needed to be heard in its relevant form. And we've had several commissions, as I've been doing the interviews and the reviews of the applications for next stage, where folks just don't feel like they're doing things, and they're like, well, there's no natural resources items that have been around, or there haven't been that many arts items, and we know that there are because they're coming to us. There's significant work to be done, so we have a fairly robust city commission system of governance, and it's just really important that we engage them, particularly in areas like this that are like central to their role. So. To honor their service and their time, because I hate to point folks to a commission that have no agenda, no meeting for 9 months, and then they have one item on one agenda. When we have lots and lots of these issues that are coming forward to us, so to make best use of the citizens who are volunteering their time. So, thanks. Okay, item 13 is the consideration of approval of the Pioneer Bluff Transition Plan. Mr. Kristoff.
Yeah, Rick, has this agenda item been vented with the property owners?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that they're supported?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've had ongoing meetings and conversations.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right, so that's it on consent. With the changes to item 14 and the deferral of item 10, is there a motion on the consent agenda? Moved by Mr. Johannesson, seconded by Ms. Zandine. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none, that motion carries. We're now going to proceed to item 9, which is consideration of senior transportation services. Oh, I thought Mr. Blumberg was coming up.
What bond is he talking about now?
Good evening. I didn't really have a presentation. This was really provided, the staff report was provided as background. I can briefly sort of go over what the history has been and where we are currently, and what we're doing. When we moved from the center on Cummins to across the street, we had a number of our seniors say that it was difficult for them to find their way over for senior programs. And that was right about the same time that our van program, we had a shuttle van that our own Parks and Rec staff ran. But at the same time, that program was cut due to budget reconsiderations. The Commission on Aging at that time formed a subcommittee to look at different alternatives for how we might approach this. We looked at the YOLO free ride, that escapes me. But we looked at that program, we looked at a number of programs, and also talked to the Broderick Christian Center, United Christian Centers at the time, who was also running a shuttle service in town. We agreed at that point to try a program to bring seniors over to the community center from some of the other neighborhoods. That worked out for a couple of years, and we were just recently informed by that group that they could no longer perform that service for the cost that they were charging us. We had been absorbing that cost in the community center budget. That cost went from about $3,000 a year to $36,000 a year. We continue to have discussions with them. We're trying to get that down. The issue has been to the Commission on Aging. They determined that they would put together another subcommittee to work with staff. We're hoping to have a recommendation back to the Commission on Aging regarding this on the January 23rd meeting. And at that point, depending on what that recommendation is, that would either be dealt with administratively or come back to the council. So that's kind of the background. That's where we are at this point.
Why is it on our agenda tonight then, if it hasn't yet completed the commission's review?
I think it was to provide some background and a status update for where we were with this.
Okay. Mr. Johannesson.
Just a comment. I know it's going to be coming back to us, but I think this is a really important issue. We're going to talk later about mobility and some of the other issues policy issues that make West Sacramento a great place. I think the demographics of West Sac now are probably average age is 40, something like that. It's a really young city, comparatively. But everybody's going to get older. We have a lot of senior citizens that live here. And the ability to remain independent as long as possible is really the key to this aging in place concept. And it may be that we've been trying to cobble together this type of system, not just the community center, to be able to get out and do just basic services for folks. People have done, I know Mr. Ledesma's done the Meals on Wheels and kind of seen, what's happening in this town, of people who become totally dependent on transportation and their reclusiveness and just the health decline that happens when isolation occurs. So, in terms of the health of our city, health of our citizens, this is huge, I think, in order to work out a solution that we can address those needs.
Okay.
Okay, we have a bunch of requests to speak on this item, so we're going to take some public comment on item 9, starting with Joyce Miller. Joyce is going to be followed by Goldie Carlson, so you want to tee yourself up, get ready. We're fancy, Joyce.
Can you hear me? First, I wanted to express my appreciation for the bus we've had for a couple of years, but if it's gone, we will really miss it, because there are people depending on it just to get to bingo and their sewing class. That's Wednesdays and Thursdays. And a lot of people have gone to the grocery shopping bus, too. So previously, the city had a senior shuttle, which was canceled. So I remember at an aging commission meeting, we were told that it was because of a budget cut. And at that time, I had been able to get rides to events and get dropped off at home, so they stopped that, of course, so I couldn't go to those events because it was too hard to get there any other way. So as far as I can see, they threw the seniors under the bus, so to speak. And right now, we're wondering what's going to happen. Will we still have a shuttle? And another item is, meetings are usually held too late for seniors to safely attend. I know it has to be at night for people who work, but seniors don't get much of a chance to express themselves. Maybe if more went to the aging commission meetings, it would be better. We used to get rides to that. So I would certainly speak for having a substitute system so we can get around. Thank you.
All right, thanks, Joyce.
Oh.
All right, so next up is Goldie Carlson, and Goldie will be followed by Carol Gaston. And we also have written letters that we've received from Miko Sawamura on behalf of the Area 4 Agency on Aging and Charlotte Dorsey with BB Can, as well as petitions about the same topic from lots and lots of folks in the community as well. So,
well, I'm Goldie Carlson. I've been riding the Broderick Christian bus to go get grocery. That's the only transportation I have since my husband passed away. And it has I appreciate it very much. And also, the driver would carry our grocery up to our door, which a lot of us can't carry groceries when we walk with our cane. And I think that we should keep that van going for we seniors, because there's a lot of us that's disabled that can't drive anymore, and the only way we would have to go is through that van or bus. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Carol Gassman, then be followed by Patricia McDonald.
Mr. Mayor, City Council members, I want to echo what Goldie and Joyce have both said. This is my only means of transportation. It's my only means of getting out and socializing. I speak for myself and other seniors who could not be here this evening because of the hour. This is our only way to get out and socialize. I take the shuttle 2 times a week, Wednesday and Thursday, and then on the first and third Mondays, I go shopping. We would be just devastated if we didn't have some sort of transportation. And I just hope that the city council and the mayor take this very seriously. Like you said, we've thrown our seniors under the bus, and it's rolling right over us, and we need help desperately. Thank you.
Thank you. Patricia McDonald will then be followed by Mary Olbridge.
Hello, I'm Patricia MacDonald, and when I was the transportation coordinator with the United Christian Centers, I became one of the founders of this West Sacramento Senior Shuttle, working with a team that included seniors of our community, BB Can, and that wonderful crew from the West Sacramento Parks and Recreation Department. And then shortly after, the Commission on Aging came aboard. That's when we went to them and we nailed those 2 grocery runs. This evening, we brought you individual packets, which includes signed petitions of those who support a shuttle program and a letter of support from the executive director of the Area for Agency on Aging. I'm a little nervous. In fact, it's getting emotional. Tomorrow's our last shuttle. This is it. We're going to bingo. You're more than welcome to join us. It's $2 for the game and a dime a card. It's a lot of fun. And so please allow me to read the following. It's a conglomeration of a lot of things that were said. I'm speaking on behalf of many seniors and citizens of our city. We are here to urge the city to support continuation of a door-to-door shuttle service within our city for the West Sacramento seniors. I am now a rider of this shuttle, and I know that this service is of great importance to seniors who do not have access to other means of transportation due to issues related to cost, mobility, health, safety, support, and/or location. For instance, the shuttle seniors that we pick up in Bridgeway and in Southport. The 2010 census indicated that 20% of our population is 45 to 64 years of age. 10% is over 65. And as our population ages, the value of maintaining a flexible, reliable, safe shuttle system is recognized as an important contribution to the economic health of our city. Our seniors live here. They pay taxes, they shop, they volunteer, they vote, they go to church, they provide care for others, and they participate in our community. Door-to-door, low-cost transportation, it's vital for the existence of our seniors, for their mental and their physical health, their nutrition, their independence, their recreation, their socialization, and their access to services. This is so important, and I want to thank you so very much for your time.
All right, thank you. And Mary Olbridge? Is Mary still here? Oh, there she's right in front of me.
okay, we good?
Fine, good, thank you.
Sure.
I'm Mary Olbrick, and thank you for having us here tonight. I think just about everything's been said, but I would like you to bring one thing to your attention. Now, I can even with the wheelchair, I can get to the grocery store, but I can't get the groceries home. And I would like you to be aware of that when you're considering this. And so many of the seniors have no way of getting any place except for the shuttles, because we've got a bus stop in front of where we live, but that isn't true for everyone. So please consider, I don't think we've been thrown under the bus. I think we've been thrown out of the bus. So anyway, and I thank you very much.
All right, thank you. All right, so those are all the public comments. Did Mr. Johnston flee? Oh, there he is. All right. Provide any additional background based on the comments that we've heard?
A comment on the
Yeah, do you have any additional information based on what we've heard
Yeah,
tonight?
we have extended our agreement with United Christian Center. We're actually paying them $1,200 a month now until we can come up with a more appropriate resolution, get this before the Commission on Aging. So other than that, I think that's all I'd like to add.
Can I'm sorry. Thank you.
I'm Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, sorry.
So the subcommittee from the Commission on Aging then they've started to do some work, and their expectation is they're working through you or whomever to try to come up with that solution?
Yes.
Okay. And have they engaged the Transportation District at this point?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, we actually hosted a meeting for many of the riders. It was a luncheon last week, and we had representatives from Yola Bus over to explain the paratransit program, how to ride it, how to gain access. So that was one of the alternatives that they're looking at.
Okay. So, but on that, so I mean, paratransit is, I don't know the per ride cost of this service, but paratransit among transit services is extraordinarily expensive.
Yes.
And so, I mean, at least when I was on the Yolo County Transportation District Board, we're constantly trying to find ways to essentially shift riders from paratransit to virtually anything else, including a taxi, right? Just anything is cheaper than paratransit. So I do think we want to be careful not to sort of shift this financial challenge off to the district, because although it's a separate agency, it's still our money.
Sure.
Right? I mean, we're the one that's paid for the paratransit services at YCTD. So if what we're doing is causing more folks to ride paratransit, unless this is a really, really expensive service the way we're doing it today, we should be careful not to be moving in that direction.
Okay.
I mean, I think to me, I mean, I agree with the comments that Mr. Johannesson made earlier and with the concerns that have been raised, and we need to find some resolution. Long term, I mean, the distribution of seniors in our community is, for the reasons that Mr. Johannesson said, is everywhere. And so the notion that we're talking about moving, transporting folks from Cummins to the community center, that's already an obsolete, concept. That most seniors are living in the senior housing. It was actually more in Margaret McDowell Manor anyway. If we hadn't built the community center, we would have needed some sort of way for folks to get from Margaret McDowell to Cummins. And that was already happening. And that as more and more seniors are living in place, hopefully, I hope to, that we won't be able to solve it with a shuttle that is principally oriented around a web of 3 or 4 or even 10 or 11 different sites. We have to have a more robust transit system generally in the city that is easier to use, that covers more places. Then when we get to challenges around, okay, but what about the carrying of groceries and that sort of thing, then you're talking about a much more specific need. Right, so, but for general transportation purposes, where the point is really only to get from one place to another place, we need a stronger transit system for everyone in the community and for the entire community, because we won't be able to afford point-to-point service like this shuttle for all seniors 15 years from now, as there's twice as many seniors. It will not be possible. This solution which we need to figure out how to sustain it, in some way now, is not a long-term solution, given the explosion in the senior population and the desires and the capacity of and the policies that allow those of us who are becoming seniors to do more things and have more options and want to and demand to have those options. Point to point is not a viable long-term solution. So we need to be doing both things simultaneously, I think, is resolving the immediate problem and doubling down essentially on our already existing city strategy, which is we need a really strong transit system in order to serve mobility across the whole community, so seniors can live anywhere they want to and go anywhere they want to, and so can everyone else, without having to have a private driver, even in either event. So, so are you gonna reconcile this the notion that the service might be shutting down tomorrow? I mean, I think
No.
you've
No, we've actually worked out an agreement with United Christian Center to extend the service until we find a resolution to this, or we run out of money. But,
all right. So,
but I think we're fine.
okay, can you confirm that
Yes.
that there will be service running
Yes,
the day
I
after
will.
tomorrow? So we're just, okay. And the day after that, but I mean,
Yes.
I mean, we have financial issues we've got to deal with, right? We don't have the council doesn't have an unlimited, amount of money to be able to spend either. So I mean, the issues that you're putting before us around the cost are definitely important ones, and at 35 or 40 or 50 or $75,000, it starts to become impossible. It is impossible for us to be able to sustain that service. So everyone should be getting the message that we have to live within our means. So it's not a blank check, but we just need to, while you and we are grappling with this, we need to make sure that the service is continuing, I think is the key point, especially if we're not meeting until January 28th.
Right.
And that was, I'm sorry, but that was the basis of my question, because it's the subcommittee, whatever support I can add at the transportation, just to provide information. You're absolutely right, I wasn't recommending that paratransit, because I've been hearing that from the executive director for the last year. We know how expensive that is. But if there's some solutioning resources that we can think about over there. But this is going to take some collaboration, and we do have a break between our meetings. So whatever assistance we can provide, we should facilitate a solution. So.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. We're off that item now, sorry. Okay, so that then concludes the range of the consent agenda items. That's going to bring us to our time-set agenda, item 16, which is a public hearing regarding the appeal of the Planning Commission's approval of the Promenade Vesting Tentative Subdivision Map Number 5059, Conditional Use Permit and Plan Development Permit at 3151 Southport Parkway. Prior to the staff presentation, the municipal code establishes a set of appeal hearing procedures and policies that back up those procedures for hearings such as this. Because the council takes up appeals of planning commission actions like this one in its quasi-judicial adjudicatory function and not in its legislative function. So we employ a different procedure than our typical public hearings on legislative matters. So pursuant to our hearing procedures, this is how we will be conducting tonight's session. After we open the public hearing and take the staff presentation, we'll ask all members of the council, after opening the public hearing, we'll ask all the members of the council to publicly announce any testimony or evidence that they might have received outside of this hearing process, which we call an ex parte communication. So essentially anything that's not in the written record or in the planning commission record or that is presented tonight would be considered an ex parte communication. Then I'll ask members of the council to announce any conflicts of financial interest with a material effect, in this case, that they may have. And if so, we could ask you to take any of the conversations out because we're still continuing with the rest of the business of the meeting. Thank you. We'll ask for the disqualification of any council member with a financial conflict of interest with a material effect. Then we'll proceed to the appellant or the applicant, in this case, the applicant's presentation, and the applicant will have 6 minutes for their presentation. And the applicant will then have the opportunity to present testimony and relevant evidence. In this context, evidence is relevant if it proves or disproves a material fact that is in dispute. Following the applicant's testimony, the members of the public will be given the opportunity to present testimony. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes per individual, and we don't take comment, folks who are associated with the applicant are not invited to speak as members of the public in general in these proceedings. We won't legally bar you from doing so, but it's highly discouraged for co-owners of the applicant or supporters of the family members of the applicant to come and speak as members of the public separately in violation of our basic timeframes, and that's true for all of our hearings. Then the applicant will have the opportunity to respond to any of the testimony or evidence that's been raised in the public hearing by the public comment, and they'll have 3 minutes to do so. In that period, they may not introduce new testimony or evidence. That is solely for the purpose of responding to testimony or evidence that has been put forward in the public comments. So no new testimony, and they're also precluded from restating the direct testimony from their 6-minute opening. Following that, we'll close or continue the public hearing at the discretion of the council. Then the council will deliberate on the matter and adopt findings if appropriate, and the council may defer the final decision if it's necessary to prepare draft findings that are consistent with a preliminary decision that may be reached this evening. All right, so first we're going to open the hearing on item 16 and ask if any members of the council have engaged in any ex parte communications on this matter.
No.
No.
All right, and do any members of the council have any conflicts of financial interest with a material effect with regard to this matter?
No.
All right, then with that, we're going to proceed to the staff presentation. Following the staff presentation will be the applicant's presentation.
Right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Promenade project is a 220-unit small lot single-family project. That's in the Southport Business Park along Southport Parkway. That's right next to the Savannah Apartments and immediately adjacent to the Bridgeway Island neighborhood just to the south. The applicant has sought approval of a conditional use permit, vesting tentative subdivision map, and a plan development permit to implement this project. The conditional use permit is required because the site is zoned for multifamily uses, and as the project is proposed to be single-family, it is a conditional use in this particular zone. The subdivision map would merely divide the property into the building lots and common area lots, and then the plan development permit is proposed to implement the site development specifics, such as the lot sizes, setbacks, and other site characteristics. The project is also proposed to be gated from its primary entrance along Southport Parkway. This project was before the Planning Commission at its last meeting on November 6th, where a majority of the Planning Commission voted to approve the project. Staff did recommend approval of the project at that time. However, we did recommend that the project not be gated. Staff noted at that time that gates can sometimes be a divider between communities, may impair emergency access, and also that there is no hard evidence that staff is aware of that suggests that gated communities are any more or any less safe than non-gated communities. Gates are fully discretionary for this project under the conditional use permit and plan development permit requests. And the city has approved several projects with private streets that have not been gated as identified in your staff report. A majority of the Planning Commission did not object to gates, however, and they did note that they feel there is a market for a gated community in West Sacramento, and that the project had been designed to include gates from its inception. Staff is recommending tonight that the council do uphold the appeal, however, and if the council is not supportive of having this project have gated entries, the council would modify the Planning Commission's approval of the project to prohibit the project from having gated entries. So with that, I'll close my presentation, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Questions for staff at this time?
I do.
Mr. Christoph.
Dave, on page 7 of our report, number 3, question number 3, or condition number 3, the requested use will not impair the integrity, character of the neighborhood, nor be detrimental to public health or safety. The question I have is, although this remains desired policy objective. The city cannot require a higher density allocated to the site since the business park vested in the pre-2003 development agreement. What's all that mean?
Well, this is a site that has been designated in our last few housing elements as one site that we counted on for a high-density project to help meet our regional housing needs allocation. However, since Southport Business Park has a pre-2003 development agreement, we cannot require strict compliance with that. There was a law passed went into effect in 2003, that set that aside. So we are still recommending the project meet at least our minimum general plan density of 12.1, but we cannot require it to, meet the higher density obligations that we'd otherwise would have in our housing element.
Okay. And then if we go to page 9, it says the minimum lot size, and it says the lot width and depth of 80 feet. Well, this project is 26 by 74.
Yes, that's the development standards that are under our R3 zoning really are tailored to a multifamily project, and those lot sizes are something that would be more supportive of an apartment building or townhome, project. The framework plan does provide for some relief from those types of strict development standards, and such as zero lot line plotting and other matters. And so the plan development permit was proposed to implement those standards for what is really a much more akin to a much more conventional single-family residential project than a more traditional multifamily project.
And then it talks a little bit about front yard setbacks of 10 feet, and then a rear yard setback of 15 feet. And this project doesn't have any setback.
Yeah, they are very small lots. These are, detached single family. They actually, they would front on the Muse. It's probably most analogous from a layout standpoint to Ironworks, in terms of how most of the project is, rear loaded. And then the fronts are on the pedestrian paths that would move through the project. So in essence, the fronts of the front yards, if you will, are part of their common area primarily, which are the pedestrian paths. And then the rears are principally the roadways that people access their garages.
And then the street setbacks, it requires 11 feet, and this one is allowed to be 8 feet?
These
Same issue?
Yeah, these are proposed modified standards under the plan development permit, and that if the council finds that those modified standards in this plan development overlay, would yield a better project, then those reduced standards, can be approved.
So if we were to say that our zoning requirements not be tinkered with, and how many units would this project then have? Or how many units are taken, how many additional units are allowed because we have sort of bastardized our processes as far as our zoning goes?
Well, if we were to strictly apply the R3, development standards, we would be looking at substantially less units, in this site. With larger setbacks, larger lots, we'd be definitely looking at less units. Sort of the irony in this is that this project is actually coming in at our bare minimum density for this general plan designation of high-density residential. So it comes down to is some of the development standards in the R3 zone, really don't work well with some of the small lot, single-family detached projects that we have done in a few different locations, in the city, over the years. The framework plan definitely allows for, the zero lot line plotting. And so, setbacks seem to be, fairly well addressed under the framework plan. However, when, this is not a unique case, a few other projects we have done, you know, Lindenwood and Ironworks and others that have a sort of similar small lot, single family have all had to do, you know, similar type approaches to make those, you know, projects sort of work in a kind of a little bit of square peg, round hole type situation. This is sort of what we've come across more than a few times when we do a small lot, single family in what is otherwise set up to be a multifamily zone.
One other question I have is, when you talk about open space, they talk about in lieu of providing open space area on each lot, the developer proposes to set aside 4 lots for active and passive recreational uses. What kind of proposals are they making?
Well, these are, you know, interior to the project. I know they have a community building that they had proposed, you know, within the development that's, you know, part for the homeowners there. There's some other small portions of the property that would be available for some, you know, recreational utility and, you know, places to walk the dog, you know, things of that nature. Again, fairly consistent with some of the other small lot, you know, higher density, single family projects, you know, we have seen in town.
So I'm having to assume that one of the reasons staff is recommending this small lot kind of development is because that's the only way it really pencils out for the developer?
Well, if we're talking about a, you know, single-family detached, you know, type project, then,
Right.
you know, we're not in the position, you know, condominiums are still very difficult to do for many developers, you know, true airspace condominiums. And, you know, we haven't had any multifamily development, you know, proposed, you know, on this site. And so this project has come before us, and we did recommend approval of it, and other than the gate component, and that's, Planning Commission did sustain that recommendation.
Thank you.
David, I have a couple. So the safe routes to school issue, could you elaborate a little bit more on the paragraph that's in the staff report?
Yes, this matter was raised to us as part of the community vetting on this project before it proceeded to Planning Commission. There came to our attention that there are a lot of concerns about the school in that area and it being impacted. And so what we've reached on this particular project is a compromise for some improvements at the Golden Gate and entrance at the park, to where in this particular case, you know, developer will help fund some improvements to improve the crosswalk that would lead folks not only from this development on the south side and the Savannah Apartments across that to the park side and into the school. So they have agreed to make some improvements in that regard to make what now is currently a unstriped crosswalk into one that will be much more aligned with our safe routes to school objectives.
Does it complete that? I mean, for children that would be living in this development, would they have a safe route to school, or or is it just that a couple more components of what might ultimately be a safe route would be put in place?
Yeah, the compromise we negotiated was some improvements by the developer, and then also we'd have to have some city improvements to help make the crosswalk work at that time.
Do you have an estimate how much that would cost the city taxpayers?
It was something I would have to confer with our public works staff on. I don't have a dollar figure in front of us. That was something we worked out with our transportation group.
So for R3 zoning is one of the proxies that we use for our RENA analysis, right?
Yes.
So to the extent to which we approve conversions from by right R3 development to lower density detached single family, are we consuming our RENA supply, essentially our RENA supply, in our documents, in the commitments that we've had to make to the region and to the state and in our housing element? Or how is this going to affect our production of what we're expected to in those policies?
Yeah, that is something that we do need to be mindful of when these projects come up. Based on the last RENA we did, which, you know, our allocation which we just did, you know, last year, We still have excess capacity, to meet our last arena allocation, even not including this particular project. Even though we had obviously counted on this site for a fairly large contribution, we're coming in about 220 units short of what we had sort of assumed would happen on this site. But we still have excess capacity to meet our arena from last time.
So I guess one request I would have is just when, on an ongoing basis, when we have these sort of R3 essentially downzone requests, that we not just allow that capacity to be exhausted on a first-come, first-served basis without being strategic as a city about where we want to assure that we still have it. And because I don't want to end up at a point where we've got to make a case to Mr. Kristoff that we need to add some more, high-density zoning in order to meet RENA when we already had it, and then we allowed someone else to go off-plan essentially, and essentially accomplish a rezoning and taking out of that RENA inventory. So I appreciate that we have the capacity now, but we, if this is going to become more frequent for the reasons that you mentioned around the difficulties with the condo development and all of that, we need, in the same way that we didn't want to let our restaurant credits get all expended just by whoever came in the door first, I don't want to do that with this either, and be thoughtful about where we're essentially moving around where the highest density of developments are going to be in the city, because this was in a business park intended to be, a major contributor to our RENA obligations, but also our underlying interest in having some parts of the city that weren't all in West Capitol Avenue or in Broderick that had apartments. So, and then on the financing piece, the extent to which we reduce density. We're also reducing, in some respects, the contributions to the various infrastructure financing funds, or is that not an issue in this particular case?
Well, much of Southport Business Park is under the the development agreement and financing agreement. So many of the development fees that would otherwise be paid are already considerably lower than they are in other parts of the city. But certainly we are we would be producing less units here. Which may mean some less contributions to some of the impact fee funds. There's no doubt about that. We haven't compared side to side, from apartments to, what this project would be from a fee revenue standpoint. But the revenues are still, from those still would be fairly substantial for a project of this size.
But I think what you're saying is that the impact fee revenues might be less than the impacts, given the underlying Southport Business Park fee agreements.
Well, they certainly are lower than other parts of the city where you're off the standard book of imposts.
But that book of imposts is based on a Nexus study that establishes an exact one-for-one correlation between the cost of the fee and the impact. So if the fees are lower here than they are elsewhere, then the incremental revenue that we might receive in order to offset the impacts on the sewer and water and traffic systems, to the extent the densities are higher, we're not recapturing the infrastructure costs.
No, that is correct, and although we are getting less units than what had been previously assumed.
That's what I mean. That's exactly what I mean, though, right? So that, okay.
If I can,
Mr. Ledesma?
thank you. If I can piggyback on that, because it also when we reduce when the R3 zone when we go to the minimum of what the R3 zone has, and which is the case here, correct?
Yes, the bare minimum.
It not only I understand the impacts it has on our high density housing and where we planned for that. I've seen that issue happen before, so I am curious at a policy level to understand. Okay, now this is getting squeezed out. Where is it going to next? So I'm agreeing with that, and it not only lessens the impact of it. I agree, it reduces the impact fees we get because we're having less units on that property. But the part that always, and especially in this neighborhood, which concerned me, and this goes back some time, is there is neighborhood commercial somewhere in this area that at some point was supposed to be fulfilled, and I worry that the economics of this neighborhood are going to be impacted because this came up at some point in the last few years where the residents in that area don't have access to a dry cleaner, don't have access to a local little service, hair salon or whatever. I mean, they're close by and they have to get in the car and go. And I know we planned in the Southport Framework Plan to have villages. And so I understand what you know, it is a first come, first serve, and somebody has applied, and they have every right to do so, to minimize it. But the impact of that goes beyond that, because now those residents that move in there, they're, guys, the ones that already have, because I heard this, when are we gonna get our local neighborhood commercial like they did down in the southern area, or they're over in the Target? We're losing that whole village feel because the densities aren't there to support that type of infrastructure or that type of local retail. So I think that's just something we have to keep in mind as well when we do these things. And again, that was something we wrestled with, as you recall, back in the mid-2000s, and as we were starting to develop, is everybody wanted to have larger lots, and I get that, but we also learned in that area, and I remember having a discussion, not everybody could afford the larger lots, and there's a market for these smaller lots and even smaller. But I think I'm just concerned that from a planning standpoint, we're not giving this area the opportunity to create its own little micro economy where they can sustain a little neighborhood commercial, which we planned for.
There does remain the 12-acre commercial site just on the east side of Savannah, but you know, which is part of the village core, which even extends into Southport Business Park. So we need the density.
You need a critical mass.
Work.
Yeah, you need a
That's
critical mass
right.
of people to support
Yes.
that, so I think it's a point well taken. I really thought through that. Okay, so if there's no other council questions or comments at this time, then I'd like to invite the Promenade representative to, they're present, to make their presentation, and the clerk would please provide 6 minutes.
Good evening. My name's Gary Mandarich, and thank you for inviting me to this hearing. And I want to make it brief. You know, a lot of the information's already provided within your package. You know, our evidence and testimony was a letter, and the exhibits were included. And I think that you can see from the whole nature of this project, it was a long cooperative effort with the staff to have a project that would meet the needs of the city, be economically feasible, be consistent with the framework plan, and in compliance with the development agreement. So we've met all of those goals, and I'll make this a brief presentation because I think that we've got you papered up already quite a bit. So I'll touch on a few things quickly. Okay, so our company's been in business 18 years, and we are, I would say, experts in developing high-density detached products. We've done several projects throughout the region. In Tracy, and it's outlined in your presentation package, we bought a failed project that was taken over by Bank of America, went to the city of Tracy. It was a high-density Paseo type of product like what we're proposing here, and it was failed. So we went to the city and said, look, to reach the buyer profile for this type of product, you need gates. The city approved the gates. We turned the project around. It was successful. Okay, then we did a project that was sitting idle for a long time that you're probably all familiar with. It's right across the street from McCooney's on Hazel. Okay, those lots were sitting there for years. Private streets, non-gated, high-density lots. I went to Sacramento County, said, look, the way this works is when you are buttoned up to an arterial road, like a Southport Parkway, you need gates. The consumers don't want to go into a private roads and feel invaded by people with easy access. We put gates on it. It's a beautiful project. You could go see it there in Fair Oaks. In Trace, and so we got those two. And then in Vallejo, in the North Gate area of Vallejo, which is by the Costco, the new area, we did a large master plan there, and we had a lot of different products. You know, we did a 190 townhome units, high-end, Tiara. And, you know, initially the city said, we don't want to gate it. And we said, look, to reach the buyer profile, okay, and I'll talk about that in a minute, it needs to be gated. It was gated, very successful project. Followed up by another project that is on our website, which you referred to, Hyde Park, high-density, detached projects. Now, all these projects have also the nature of our business, okay, first of all, is to build very nice boutique projects. You look at all of them, you would see that. One we're just wrapping up now that I invited the Planning Commission to see is a project in Placer County. It's near the city of Loomis. And once again, it was on an arterial road, Boynton Road. It's 85 townhomes. And Placer County really don't want gates. And I said, look, you know, let's have a successful project. It's a marriage. Go up and look at it. It's a beautiful project. And we reached the buyer profile that you're not reaching in your city at this time. Okay, so our product development, I think you know, you can see our architecture of all the homes. We've submitted 9 different plans. So in the planning process for what we're trying to reach is single parents, okay? Ladies that have children feel more comfortable in this type of environment. If you look at all of our projects, you have 20% or so that are ladies with children, okay? And they feel they're less apt to buy into a detached home without a certain amount of privacy. That's one buyer profile that we're reaching, which is suited to what we do. Another buyer profile is a move-down buyer. So if you look at our projects, we get a lot of retirees, okay? And they use this type of living, which is low maintenance, okay? But they're gone a lot. They're just gone. They go on, they're out in their motor homes traveling, and they feel more secure that their property has some gating to it so that it's not open for just, you know, random acts. Would happen everywhere, you know. Hey, up in Granite Bay where I lived for a long time, that's a very high crime area, even though you say Granite Bay, because those houses a lot of times are vacant, meaning people are off and gone and susceptible to robbery, vandalism, and so forth. And I'm not saying that you have that in your city, but the perception of the buyers that we get, we're trying to fill up the market. Look, I think we all know that the market's terrible. You know, you're looking at 4,000 units throughout the whole area, right? Where in 2005, there's 20,000. It is extremely difficult to have a successful project. You've got to hit the segments where others are not building. You know, the big houses that we're talking about, they're not selling. The ones 450 and up, so we wanted a project that would start below 300,000, meet the needs for that segment. I've outlined it all.
I gotta ask you to.
No, we're done. No, I am done, so we're there, and all of our examples, the testimony, the plans and everything is included in the report. Okay, is there anything else?
Could I ask, I did have just one question, which is the question of how integral the gates are to the project. I think was the Planning Commission had a particular impression that no gates, no project, and so I'm curious, just from if I was unalterably opposed to approving the first gated single-family project in the city in 20 years. Should I be simply opposed to the permit altogether? I mean, are the gates themselves, and I don't mean the gates that, the questions about are they open at 9 o'clock or 10 o'clock or whatever, that's not important. That aside, if there are gates, I mean, if there were no gates in this project at all, is it not a viable project? Do I need to get to the other
I think
issues?
your question's valid, and one concern we do have when you have a couple things. We made the roads wider in here so they wouldn't feel as tight as your other projects. You can see that on the plan. So these are much wider than Ironworks, okay, the main loop road. What you have when you're going to sell, what you're really doing is kind of double taxing the buyers, which really.
Yeah, I'm not asking about the policy arguments. I'm just asking you, if I won't vote for a project that includes gates, then do I need to get to any of the other issues? Do I need to think about any of the other issues? Is the project, if the council did not approve a permit that included gates at all, is there any point of approving a permit, period?
You know, I think that, you know, we've looked at that, we've worked with our lenders and so forth. We can have a project that is viable without gates. We don't think it'll be as successful, but it can be viable. And, you know, we do understand the issues involving gates and how it's perceived and so forth. We're not naive to this. I mean, so, yeah, it can go forward, you know. You know, we're just trying to have a nice project that can meet the market. That's the answer. Okay?
Mr. Johansson.
Just a quick question, a couple things on the market so you have retirees and you have families with children. I don't really see that as a mixture in these environments. Do you have experience? I mean, the retirees generally want a quiet neighborhood, and when you have a lot of kids around, it's not so quiet. So I see you're looking at two different markets there.
You know, that was the thinking 20 years ago, 10 years ago. But what people have realized is they want to stay with the younger people, okay? Because when they all group together in an older crowd, they see people passing away and being fragile, and they prefer to have younger people around them. And that is the trend. You'll see it across the nation. Instead of going out to a Del Webb community, stay where we live and live with the different age groups.
And I guess just to follow up, if one of the markets you have is families with children, I know there's some set-aside lots here for open space. Will there be things there for kids to use, or is it just going to be,
Oh, no, what we're going to do is we're going to build nice tot lots. We've done that in the other areas, you know. So you have tot lots on two of the lots that are set aside. We have a nice community building, you know, with a fully equipped gym, swimming pool, and, you know, it has a big room for events, birthday parties, and all that. Yeah, so that's all. We've developed the plans already, and we have submitted them to the city.
All right, thank you very much.
All right.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. So next we're going to proceed to the public testimony. We have one request to testify on item 16 by Robert Wallace.
Good evening to everyone. And I want to go back to the first thing and congratulate everybody. And as a citizen, I think you guys are doing a great job. I voted for all of you. Okay, so let's get on to number 16. Personally, my wife and I both, we love the gate idea. We think it offers a lot more security in the area, having the gate idea. If you go to a lot of retirement communities, we've been to Rio Vista, for example. I've been to some others. My mom in Albuquerque lives in a gated community. All the retirement ones are gated community because people want that sense of security. Whether it's real or imagined, it's still there. So I love the gate idea. One concern I have is the 8-foot setback. Pretty much, if you all would turn around and look at that wall behind you, that's how close these units are going to be to my back fence. We have small lots already. My case, I've got about 25 feet. Some of my neighbors have less. And we're going to have the fence, and then we're going to have 8-foot, at least in our area, 8-foot buffer. And so we're a little concerned about that. We do appreciate that they did modify their plan so that the only windows that are on our side, facing our side, are like stairway windows, not windows where somebody would be in a room looking directly out. So that was much appreciated on that, if you go forward with it. Other major concern is the drainage. I do want to make sure that if they are, my understanding is that their lot line is a little bit higher than ours. Water's going to flow. I don't care what you put for a barrier, water's going to flow. I don't want it flowing into my yard. I have a pool in my yard. So I want to make sure that's properly taken care of. And then the final item I have here is we really don't want more apartments. We had the Savannah Pines apartments. My wife and neighbors participated in that. We understood it was going to be pretty much 2-story. They ended up mostly being 3-story. The garages were 2-story. We now no longer have a view of Sacramento that we had when we first moved in, so that's a major concern. So I thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you. All right, that's the only request for public testimony that we have, so that'll conclude the public testimony, and we're going to return to the applicant. If you had any response to the testimony that was made by the public. Again, it's not an opportunity to introduce new testimony or evidence or to restate your earlier testimony, but if there's anything that, in this case, Mr. Wallace said that you'd like to rebut or respond to, then this is an opportunity of 3 minutes to do so.
We care about the neighbors that are joining all of our projects, okay? So in this case, we went back to the design board as things were brought up in our workshop. And like the gentleman said, the homes that were closer to the property line, we moved the top level back away, and there's a diagram in your thing, so that they would not be overlooking their backyards. As for drainage, that site, they took the dirt out of the detention pond to put it up on that site when they were building it. So we went back and redesigned the site to lower it. And we have an agreement with Tykert to take off the dirt and to take it to Davis for a water detention facility so that we can address lowering the site and working with the drainage. So, you know, we've done everything we can to accommodate the needs of the neighborhoods. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. All right, so at this point, I'm going to, unless there's a motion to continue the public hearing, I'm going to close it and return to the council for deliberation. I guess I'll lead off. I think there are a lot of issues before us, but the one that's the direct interest to me at first is the gating question. The letter from the applicant sort of describes the 3 other gated communities in West Sacramento, one of which is an apartment complex, and the other which is the Bastogne Court, which is didn't require approval. And the first one, and the most significant one, is the Rivers project, which is described in the applicant's letter as what was a non-gated community, and then gates were allowed, and it was a failing non-gated community, then gates were allowed, and boom, it came back to life. Well, that was, I know that project very well. It was 1996 that issue was before the council, and I and other candidates for council ran for the very first time in that election with one of the top 3 issues citywide being the gating of Lighthouse. And widespread, universal opposition to the concept that a city that is full of communities that have been divided from one another repeatedly by the railroad tracks, by the freeway, by the ship channel, would voluntarily start to carve itself up was offensive to residents of West Sacramento. And overwhelmingly, a bunch of punk kids got elected to the city council as a result of this issue. And I think within the first 2 meetings, the council did, as is noted here, unanimously approve the gates at Lighthouse, but not because we made a decision that they were the right thing for the neighborhood. In fact, there was almost universal agreement on the council at the time that it was not the right thing for the neighborhood, but that it was a legacy of the development agreements that we were left with. We didn't have any choice with respect to the gates, and we reached an agreement, a compromise around public access, that the gates would be open to pedestrians and cyclists, but it was the best that we could do. And the council at that time made it clear that we're doing this under duress because this is a series of legacies that we've been left by the county and other projects. But this is not a city that gates its neighborhoods off. That's not who we are as a town. We've never had a real gating proposal since then. I mean, Bastogne Court's about 5 houses or something. That's a very different kind of a project. But we haven't had that since that time for that reason, because it was quite clear from the community and from the council at the time about the inappropriateness of gates in a city like West Sacramento. They are attractive for all the reasons that we heard, all of which are illusions, and in fact end up being, in many cases, and particularly in cases like ours, the opposite of what is promised. That there isn't a single international study that shows that gates reduce crime. There are plenty that show it mixed. There are plenty that show that it increases crime in the adjacent neighborhood, but there isn't a single one that shows that gates result, even for the residents within them, much less for the area as a whole, in reduced rates of crime. And when surveyed, most law enforcement officers are opposed to gates because they increase response times and they make it impossible for community-based policing and patrols, whether by car or by bicycle. And so purely as a crime matter, they're not just ineffective, they are the opposite of what is promised to the buyer in terms of creating this illusion of security. The research has also shown pretty conclusively that gated communities result in lower levels of community participation, lower levels of community cohesion, a higher psychological sense of segregation in the community, none of the kinds of things that we are trying to accomplish in our community. So we haven't had to deal with this for a while because it's been quite compelling that this is not the right kind of a neighborhood for West Sacramento. There may be other communities, isolated and wealthy where it makes sense. This is not one of those places. So I personally, just as I was in 1996, I'm very strongly opposed to the notion that we would approve gates in any of our neighborhoods. But this one is a particular example where I don't think it's appropriate. The arguments around being next to an arterial, I've heard the word ironworks 4 or 5 times during this hearing. That's where I live, right off a much more significant arterial. That is the arterial that connects everything to the west of us to the city of Sacramento and our city and our waterfront. There's no gate. I live 10 feet away from the main arterial, and it does not in any way having activity, having people come through the neighborhood is what makes it safe. It's what makes it part of West Sacramento, not the opposite. So I don't think that's the notion that Southport Parkway is nearby and that there's a school nearby and that there might be a shopping center nearby. Those are arguments for opening up a neighborhood and not for closing it off. And the issues around private streets we deal with in my neighborhood. We can deal with them in any of them in the community without gates. So to me, it's a pretty open and shut issue in terms of what the values of this community are and how gates aren't consistent with them. So there are all the other issues that were also raised in the hearing, but to me, that's a critical one. Ms. Sandy?
Thank you, Mayor. I was reading the background provided by the developer in this case, and trying to wrap my head around the concerns about folks outside of this community having access to what could be a private amenity, in this case a pool, a gym. And I started to think about all the very successful projects that we have in the city. We have a Touchstone project that has pools, tennis courts, private parking for RVs, and the list is really long. We've actually had very successful projects that have amenities and have private streets, and yet we've been very successful in also keeping them open. And so in my 10 years on the commission, I know my colleagues, the Planning Commission, my colleagues heard me repeatedly, Mr. Lesman, you may remember, I always would bring up my concern about the closing off of communities, as you mentioned, Mayor, about segregating and also not just having this the open world that we love and we cherish here in West Sac. So I can go on and on about the different projects that I think have been successful here. You've brought up other concerns that hadn't crossed my mind, however, in terms of is this density at this kind of bare minimum, should that concern us in other ways? And the fiscally a responsibility to the state in terms of housing, our housing allocations, and so those are other concerns that hadn't come to my mind. I think I would feel comfortable moving forward. I also noticed in terms of the drainage issue, there's a whole list, which I think are fairly standard, but there's a whole list of conditions relating to grading and also the storm and drainage and stormwater. And I know that our staff, city staff here will monitor. They monitor developments very closely, so I personally don't have concerns. It looks like that's taken care of in the set of conditions. But I have been and continue to be opposed to gating.
Other comments?
I will.
Christoph.
Yeah, this is a project that really conflicts me because it has some good elements that I like. I like the fact that it's not an apartment complex. I mean, I think that that is a big plus, but at the same time, I don't like the way that it has circumvented what R3 is. When we talk about rear yard setbacks, you talk about the width of streets, I mean, there's reasons that those are in there, in an R3 zone. And it is just, it's very conflicted. I don't have a problem if it was gated. I mean, I do think that that is probably a positive marketing ploy. Now, whether it works or not, I don't know. But at the same time, I would not be opposed to having it be a gated community. But I mean, I think I can read the tea leaves here, and this is a project that I will probably support, and mainly because it is not an apartment complex.
Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I think concerned, as are my colleagues, about the densities that we may be giving up by this type of project, and where we're going to make those up in the future. But I don't really have enough. There's really not an analysis here to see what that impact is. It just means that we're going to be pushing this off a little bit to further projects to make sure we make it up. But I think one of the problems with this area is that Bridgeway Lakes, Bridgeway Island never really, the core never really developed as it should have, I think.
Savannah's the problem.
What's that?
Never mind.
Yeah. No, but it's, you know, I certainly think that we need to get density in here to be able to support anything like that if it happens. But, you know, on the other hand, you know, I agree with the comments on neighborhood building, and what you want to do is build communities here. And I'm not really dead set against gating. I mean, you know, what we're trying to do in West Sacramento is provide products for people that want to move in here, and you know, maybe they like gating, fine. But we need to have available products. Some people want 3-acre lots, okay? Hopefully we'll have some of those. So some people want 900 square foot townhomes, you know, make sure we have that. So as an inventory of assets or products that are available here, I'm not particularly opposed to that, but you know, just looking at this project, I think it's just the way it's designed, it's not really, you know, there's going to be a lot of, I mean, isolation as far as I can see, the way things are kind of laid out here. It's very dense. You know, the places where people congregate are pretty much on the peripheral of the project. So, I mean, I could really take or leave the gate. It's not a huge issue to me. I'm concerned about the density, but you know, I think it's probably a decent project for the city.
Mr. Mayor? Yeah, I one more comment, and that is I do appreciate very much the give and take that the developer of this particular project went through with members of the community, because I know that when this project was first proposed, there was quite a firestorm. There were a number of people that did not like some of the things that were going on, and the developer, staff, and met with those people, and a number of those issues were resolved, and our people, the people of Bridgeway Island especially, they were really appreciative of those comments and the dialogue that took place and the changes that took place to make their little portion of our community a little bit better. And I do appreciate the effort that was done there.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma.
Thank you. Well, there's a couple things on the project. I want to thank the developers for your testimony and laying out some of the facts. You did lay out a lot of information on there. A couple of things, the issues that have come up today. First is on the zoning. And I had to kind of pull myself back and remember this isn't a planning commission meeting. This has already been vetted through the planning commission. And if I were still on the planning commission as I was 6 years ago, I might have been a little more adamant about that at this point. But it is something we need to care for, and I'll ask staff and the planning commission as we look at further Southport. This is a serious issue. I know we had to deal with this at one point when I was on the planning commission because we were letting projects come through at the least amount of density. And it just, for all the reasons now that we have to deal with at a policy level on our side, and for the economical issues that I brought up in terms of neighborhood commercial that we always strive for in the villages, we have to find a way to make those types of things happen. But again, I don't think that's an imperative issue as regards to this project. It's been vetted, and the commission has vetted this in the sense of trying to get the best project they can with the density that's been proposed to make it an amenable project to the neighbors, and there seems to be a work there. So that issue, for one, is I'm sort of can be okay with. On the issue of kind of and that interaction with the neighbors, you have done that. You have obviously done your work, and some of the neighbors are appreciative, and it's in here in terms of how you work with drainage and other issues, and working with those that abut the project on Cooper Island and the other areas south of there. So I'm appreciative of that. I am sort of I am with where Councilmember Sandine is on this. I was around for the rivers implementation, and there was a time maybe where gates were, I might have said that if that's what the market bears and that's what people want in their community, that should that be part of how we have communities and neighborhoods in our city. But as we've lived through that, and I have seen some of the examples you put out on other high-density projects. Namely, I think of Metro Place, Riverwalk, and Ironworks, where there are high-density private streets open to the community. I have friends in both neighborhoods that are, again, both are located next to major arterials. There are no gates, and those neighborhoods are just another neighborhood. The Rivers, which is the most prominent gated community in our community, isn't quite that, because I remember in the Planning Commission days, fights or at least disagreements among community members over when are the gates open, how much access. And of course, over there we have amenities like the riverfront and everything else that the public has every right to have access to. But what worries me about gated communities is the sense of segregation they do tend to breed, that somehow they're different than the rest of the community and they're entitled. They can lead to that sense of entitlement. And that's what worries me about gates. I understand the developer's point on, it's creating an amenity that some home buyers like. And maybe there's a place in the marketplace for those, and you found those. In West Sacramento, our principles and values are a little different. And we do have a sense of place around here. I don't worry about the fact that the property abuts to Southport Parkway and what that could mean. If you do the project right, I've seen some of the projects that you've done, the very quality, the architectural stylings look great. I don't think you need a gate. I think people that are in there are going to feel free to walk around and enjoy their neighbors, and a gate won't change that one iota. I just don't think that's the direction I'd like to see this project go. I'd like to see it try to interact, as it already has, with some of the neighbors, because that's what communities do. So that's my opinion on that issue. I'd like to, I'm fine, again, I'm really want to make sure on the larger issue, policy issue, we think about Southport. If this type of housing is coming back, I know the market's still terrible across the board, but if housing is starting to come back, and suburban housing, greenfield housing, which we typically see in Southport, then we have to revisit that issue pretty quick as applicants start to come back, because I don't want to get in a situation where we're starting to take 2 or 3 applications and we're going to the minimum on density. But that's a larger issue for another day. I'm fine moving forward with this project. I would just like us to see it without the gates. Thank you.
Yeah, from when I looked at the planning commission meeting, there was very little discussion about the broader question, right? It was really a project level consideration as opposed to a consideration of this. But the RENA question is one, right? Okay, if we keep doing this, are we going to have to identify more land that we're going to have to put into R3 zoning? But then also the activation of the community retail, those larger sets of issues beyond the project boundaries itself, we're only at best lightly considered. So I do think it's appropriate for us as at the highest level of review to be bringing those issues back into the context, and your discussion around the community center and the activation of the retail services, I think, is a very important one. Earlier, when we had the legislative staff here, like in the morning, described sort of what I've been calling around the community the cheesecake problem. So bear with me for a second. This Weight Watchers problem, which you've heard me describe before ad nauseum, but you sign up for Weight Watchers to accomplish something that's hard to do, and that requires you to create some mechanisms where you agree to things that you would otherwise not want to do. You agree to eat something healthy at lunch and at dinner instead of the cheesecake and the pizza that you would have otherwise had. But you do that because the expectation is at the end, what you really wanted was to be healthier, or whatever, some other top-level objective. And that's really the purpose of our general plan and our zoning, is to say what we want is a neighborhood in Bridgeway Island, in the northwest village, that is walkable, that you can go to get dry cleaning, that there's a coffee shop that you can go meet your neighbors at, that you will see people that you know at the park. That's what we want, and that you want some sort of door-to-door transit service, for when when your mobility gets reduced. You want those things, and then but you come to the hearings, or you write letters to us saying, but don't allow any density. Right? Don't have, nothing more than 1 story. Everything should have 5 bedrooms, and you can't. Then the coffee shop doesn't have the business to open. We can't run a bus there if there's no people to ride it. So I mean, we all want to have places where we all want to live in neighborhoods where there's great services and great amenities and hardly any other people. And that doesn't work from a financial perspective, either for us as the service delivery entity, or by folks who want to start a restaurant or a coffee shop or a theater or whatever. And so part of being in a neighborhood is binding each other to some of these decisions that we might not otherwise want to make. Sure, you give me a choice. Do I want to live next to a ranch house with some, not some chickens because they're loud, but maybe some horses and flowers and everything right next to me, all around me? Or would I rather be surrounded by apartments? Well, I'd rather have the horses and the flowers, thank you very much. But if that means that I have to drive 15 miles in order to get anything to eat, if it means there's no other services around me, I might make a different decision. But we hardly ever frame it that way. We frame up these projects just as, well, do you want more density or less density? Hardly anybody says more density. But if we allow all the projects to go to low density, that we never achieve what we promised in the Southport Framework Plan for Bridgeway Lakes, for Bridgeway Island and the Northwest Village and every other part of the community. So for me, that's the struggle, is when we look at it, is, well, we have to deal with this project and what this developer wants, as opposed to what does this mean for what the neighborhood has said more fundamentally it wants and what we've promised to deliver. So mean, if the gates weren't in the project, I mean, I think I could be supportive of it, because I don't, this is the conversation in some respects we're having for the first time, but I wouldn't want to have this again next week on another project, right? Both from our own staff and from the commission, we need a much more complete, contextualized, coherent review of these projects that address these issues, outside of the context of just a developer saying, if you don't give me what I want, I can't make the project work with the bank. That's so typical in government review, and it cannot be the way that we make our decisions if we're going to deliver on the promises that have been made by us and by all of our predecessors as well. So if there were no gates, I could support, I mean, if someone were to make the motion to approve this CUP without the gating item, I'd vote for it, even with all these concerns that I've heard, that I share with all my colleagues. But we do need to, we and our partners on the Planning Commission and the staff team need to be thinking about how to address them more fundamentally too. So, Mr. Christoph?
Yeah, as you were speaking and talking about high density and how it is necessary, one of the things I think we need to also remember is if everything is high density, it's a slum, and it becomes one very, very quickly. I mean, we've seen it built time and time and time again in other major cities. And I think that that's something we also have to be cognizant of, the fact that there has to be that balance of high density and of lower density. There has to be the opportunity for people within our community to ride horses, to watch flowers, to do all of those kinds of things, rather than just have, build an apartment complex that has 450 people in it, and then build one next door that has another 350 people, and then on the other block another 200 people. That we have to be very cognizant of the fact that we can't do that either. So, I mean, I think it all needs to be kept in some kind of perspective. And that's the problem I have that's going on West Capitol Avenue, is there's just a higher and higher and higher concentration of apartment complexes or those kinds of very, very high density complexes that I think really deserve our attention. Now, I think that some of the things that Mark is doing and this and that, completely different, but just something to be aware of.
We're one of the few places in the region where you can ride your horse to Target.
That's right.
And the reason you can do that is
That's right.
because we have lots of density near horse properties, right? So we do have that balance, and that's what the purpose of R3 zoning in this location was. Because this was, everything has a place in our community, and this was to be the place for higher density to allow us to still have rural residential properties. So I think you're exactly right, but that's why this is such a key, issues like this one about R3 dumbing down become really important, so that we can preserve that balance. So, all right, any further discussion or motion? Anybody want to try one?
All right, I'll go ahead and make a motion to, what is our action? Move forward with the conditional use permit and plan development permit, but with the added, I'm going to make the motion with the added that that the project not include gates. Is that?
Can I suggest that
Yeah.
if you would just move the recommended action, I think you would accomplish.
Would it be there? Okay, I'll move the recommended action then,
Thank you.
because it prohibits gated entries. Thank you.
Okay, it's been moved by Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma and seconded by Mr. Johannesson. Any further discussion?
Voice vote on those.
Okay. Roll call, you mean?
Roll call.
Okay, all right. Madam Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Councilmember Ledesma?
Yes.
Councilmember Christoph?
No.
Councilmember Sandin? Councilmember Johannesson? Sorry about that, Mayor Pro Tem
That's not a problem.
Ledesma. And Mayor Cabaldon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that motion carries and the modified conditional use permits approved along with that dedicated declaration. All right, thank you. Thanks to all the folks who participated in the hearing and the
Mr.
council and
Mayor.
the commission.
Mr. Mayor, if I could just add one last item, and that is to remind interested parties that
yes, thank you.
judicial review of final decisions by the city council on this matter are governed by Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6.
Okay. That brings us into item 17, which is a public hearing regarding the appeal of the Planning Commission's denial of Buckeye Terminals LLC ethanol rail loading facility conditional use permit 02-02, time extension request at 1700 South River Road. I have to read these procedures again pursuant to the municipal code. So this is an appeal of a planning commission action. It is within our adjudicatory function as a city council, and therefore I'm going to read a summary of our appeal hearing procedures. We'll open the public hearing, proceed to ask the members of the council to publicly announce any ex parte communications that they may have had, to announce any conflicts of financial interest with a material effect, and if there are any, to disqualify any council member with such a conflict. Then the appellant will have 6 minutes for a presentation of their case. Following the appellant's presentation, the appellant's presentation is to present testimony and relevant evidence, and the evidence is considered relevant for this purpose if it proves or disproves a material fact that's in dispute. Following the appellant's presentation, members of the public will be given the opportunity to present testimony, and individual public comments will be limited to 3 minutes. And so before, we strongly discourage individuals affiliated with the appellant for any of the parties to engage in the public testimony. You're perfectly within your legal rights to do so. We have these time limits in order to provide a framework to the hearing, and that's frustrated to the extent to which the public portion of the testimony is commandeered by interested parties. So we do discourage that. Then the appellant will have the opportunity to respond to a testimony or evidence that is introduced during the public testimony, and they'll have 3 minutes to do so, but the appellant may not introduce new testimony or evidence during that 3-minute period or restate their direct testimony from earlier in the hearing, but simply it's an opportunity to respond to any testimony or evidence during the public testimony. Following the appellant's close, we'll either close or continue the public hearing at the council's discretion, and then the city council will deliberate on the matter and adopt findings if appropriate, and we may defer the final decision for preparation of draft findings consistent with the preliminary decision as well. All right, so with that, we're going to open the public hearing on the item, on item 17. Did any member of the council have engaged in any ex parte communications, that is testimony or evidence received outside of the hearing process, that hearing process being the written record or the planning commission record or the materials that we're about to hear tonight?
No.
All right, do any members of the council have a conflict of financial interest with a material effect regarding this matter?
No.
All right, seeing none, then we're going to proceed to the staff presentation.
Yes, thank you again, Mr. Mayor. Buckeye Terminals operates a petroleum facility at 1700 South River Road in Pioneer Bluff. Buckeye acquired this facility from BP Arco circa 2011. When the property was still owned by BP Arco back in 2002, they'd receive approval of a conditional use permit to bring in ethanol by rail, which at that time was meant to be, it was first established as an additive to gasoline. That CUP was originally approved by the Planning Commission for a limited time, for 5-year duration, and then since that time has been subject to annual review by the Planning Commission. The conditional use permit allowed railcar loading facilities, and so BP Arco at that time constructed a spur on its property coming off the main tracks that parallel Jefferson Boulevard, where a spur that can hold up to 6 rail cars. This use permit is for the rail facility and does not apply to their primary operations on both sides of South River Road. The Planning Commission last approved a time extension for Buckeye in December 2012, and that was for 2 years. And thus the use permit would be otherwise due to expire December 31st of this year. Earlier this year, Buckeye had applied for a 5-year time extension request for this conditional use permit, and that request was heard by the Planning Commission on November 6th of this year. The Planning Commission did not grant that time extension request and did affirm that the CUP would expire as of December 31st. This was also staff's recommendation at that time. The Planning Commission recognized that with some of the additional data that we have acquired over the last couple of years working on this project, that there are inherent safety hazards that result as UP sometimes brings, sometimes as many as 20 to 40 rail cars per day into our community that remain stored on the rail tracks that are outside this facility. We've received rail data directly from UP regarding this the last time this matter was considered. Fire Chief Martinez is here tonight, and I would ask the council to allow him to elaborate on, from his perspective, onto what storage of the ethanol on the rail tracks, means to the fire department. The Planning Commission also recognized that there's a lot of frequent movement of rail cars at the 15th and Jefferson intersection, which brings the signal arms down and preempts traffic movement in that area. We see significantly greater traffic moving through that area than in years past as the Bridge District has opened up. And this also is the primary route for Station 41. That would be the primary fire department station that would respond to any matters that would occur along South River Road. Also, since this last matter was considered, the city has traffic software that tracks when the signals actually come down and when they go back up on a daily basis. As included in your packet, we've noted that there are significant operations at the 15th and Jefferson intersection at Monday through Friday, where we were quite surprised to see just the frequency of crossings that bring the signal arms down. Although not all of this can be attributed to operations, related to directly or indirectly related to Buckeye, data from the Port Shortline carrier indicates that the morning crossings at that intersection can be largely attributed to a lot of the rail car movement, to and from Buckeye. The Planning Commission did also understand that, not having rail delivery of ethanol to the site anymore means that it would need to be brought in by truck. Based on the volume of ethanol that was brought in, according to the figures we received from the Air District, staff estimates that less than 10 additional trucks per day, Monday through Friday, would result. This would be a very nominal increase over the truck volume that already comes from Buckeye, Shell, Ramos Oil, Clark Trucking, and many of the other users along that road. And additionally, Buckeye currently also brings ethanol in by truck now in addition to what they bring by rail, and could easily stop bringing in by rail if they so chose, and would also result in additional trucks. And of course, the Planning Commission also recognized how the transition of Pioneer Bluff and the waterfront has rapidly increased in the last recent years and recent weeks, with the opening of the Mike McGowan Bridge at the south end of South River Road, the demo of the CEMEX facility, which is ongoing, the additional traffic infrastructure along South River Road, such as the light at 15th Street, and other improvements that are still pending. And of course, we have residential development just north of this area in the Bridge District that should be coming online very soon now, with several projects there. So in summary, staff does recommend that the council deny the appeal and not grant any time extensions for this use permit, and then affirm that the CUP otherwise would expire December 31st. And at this time, if it would be to the council's pleasure, we'd like to have Fire Chief Rick Martinez conclude our staff report tonight.
Mayor Cabal and members of the council, Rick Martinez, your fire chief. I will be brief due to the lateness of the hour. As Mr. Tilley indicated, I did appear before the Planning Commission on this item, as indicated in your report also. Specifically, my concerns are around the storage and the movement of these rail cars through our city. As you've heard me talk about rail concerns and tanker concerns before, this is very specific. We have, as I've stated in the past, no jurisdiction over the movement of rail through our community. These tanker cars come into our community, they sit for days, many more than 6, adjacent to housing, parks, and obviously the terminal. With the migration from tank cars to truck, is just a managed risk situation. It allows us to influence where the speed of which they travel through our community, the route in which they take, and where they're stored overnight. This commodity, as you've heard me say in the past, is not allowed to sit overnight in our community in a tanker truck unattended, but it does on rail cars, on tankers. And so my concerns are specific to that. I'm not quarreling with the use of ethanol. I understand that, from what I've been told, it's a required use. They will continue to use ethanol. It's part of their process, just like the other terminal does. But I do have significant concerns, which I voice. I'd be happy to answer your questions, but in a nutshell, it is simply the overnight storage, the movement through our community that we're concerned with. As Mr. Tilley also stated, that we have significant amounts of petroleum and non-petroleum combustible flammable material. The increase in our tanker truck traffic is really modest when you compare it to the total volume we deal with. Thanks to the support of the West Sacramento Police Department, the California Highway Patrol, we're able to, as I said before, control the speed through our community as well as actually inspect those trucks. Through the Public Works Department and specifically through traffic, we're able to put other measures in place that will limit the risk to our community. We endeavor as your fire department to be reasonable, to take reasonable steps in making our community safer, and we are sensitive and respectful to the business communities as we go about our business. I can tell you tonight that I believe that we're being both reasonable and respectful in our position. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. All right, so that concludes the staff presentation. Are there any questions for Mr. Tilley? All right, then we'll next proceed to the presentation by the appellant on behalf of Buckeye. And we've got 6 minutes.
Gotta find my clicker. Good evening. My name is Braden Chadwick. I'm an attorney, represent Buckeye Terminals. Last year before you a couple weeks ago, talking about the interim traffic plan out on South River Road. Obviously today, as you heard from the staff report, this is the appeal from the Planning Commission's denial of extending this permit for any length of time. Buckeye's request was for a 5-year term, but was amenable to a lesser term should the commission or should the city council deem it advisable. With me here today is Sam Baxter from Buckeye Terminals also. Essentially, if I can get this to work. Okay, great. There you go. Buckeye, the terminal actually has been operating since the 1950s, and it's been a source of employment here in the city of West Sacramento for more than 60 years. And it's been basically a sole source for a number of, for the BP terminals and gas stations that are out here. Everywhere in the region basically functions from this terminal. Hampering the operations there will cause some significant impacts, not necessarily not only to Buckeye, but also to your constituents in terms of higher gas prices, et cetera, and also, as we'll talk about, some not only convenience but safety issues as well. So I guess for the next slide is, why deliver ethanol by rail? Why is that important? Well, first of all, air quality obviously was federal and state law basically mandate since 2002 to reduce the emissions for certain air pollutants that ethanol is required. So that's why you have these terminals all over the state that are placed in convenient locations like the Buckeye facility is. Also, rail reduces air impacts in terms of truck traffic. PM10 and PM2.5 and diesel exhaust, these are
Health hazards, as the air district will of course tell you, but also it reduces those because, rail delivery is not only safer than truck, but also it is a lot cleaner as far as movement of hazardous materials. There's less truck traffic also. Rail delivery, of course, removes 3,900 to as much as 5,200 truck trips per year. That's not an insignificant amount, even though the staff report poo-poos that number. Essentially, this is, that's a lot of truck trips, especially out on South River Road, and especially making left-hand turn movements into and out of the Buckeye facility, which is on both sides of South River Road. This presents a unique, I guess, facility that if not dealt with appropriately, could cause some hazardous conditions here in the city. So there's less truck traffic, but also there's a reduction in the truck traffic was cited by the city as a reason for having this conditional use permit and for approving it in 2002 and in the subsequent 5-year and 1-year and 2-year terms as it's been extended in the future, because there has been the recognition by the city in the past that this is an important thing that reduces truck traffic in an area that is highly susceptible to dangerous movements in traffic. Now, the reduction of truck trips is even more relevant after the opening of the Mike McGowan Bridge on December 5th. That is the introduction of a lot of commuter traffic, and that's only going to get worse, as staff has pointed out and as acknowledged by staff in the report that was given for the interim traffic management plan. That's an important thing, I think, that needs to be acknowledged here. On the next thing, the Planning Commission's decision relied on 5 different reasons why they denied the extension request. Those are listed for you there. I don't need to go into them in too much detail, but they thought, and this is in opposite, I think, to common sense, that the CUP extension would create greater environmental impacts in terms of traffic and circulation, which I find interesting. That delivering of ethanol is more desirable than rail deliveries because they would reduce the number of rail crossings, and that the CUP extension would impair the neighborhood, even though the neighborhood is what it is right now. Now, these grounds are factually incorrect, and therefore the Commission's decision was improper. On the next slide, you'll see the traffic impacts on the 15th Street crossing were a major consideration by the Planning Commission. They thought this was a very big deal. Staff made a big deal about it as well, saying that this is, and you heard tonight and frankly what you heard tonight was, of course, just a guess. They said, well, we see where the signal gets tripped, and we know the Buckeye facility is there, and so we can't tie those two together necessarily, but they want you to tie those two together, even though they can't quantify what that impact is going to be. And the reason for it is that well, a couple of things. That since 2012, which was the last extension of the permit, there's been 0 complaints out there. There were no accidents associated with 15th Street crossing. Union Pacific uses this track to move cars to and from the facility, but also to and from the Port of West Sacramento, to and from the reordering and storage of rail car areas, which they have right near there, and deliveries to other customers as well. This is not attributable to Buckeye. And as you see from the letter from Union Pacific, that canceling this permit results in 0 benefit to the city. And that's a whole lot more solid information than relying on, well, it gets tripped a certain number of times during certain times of the day, and so Buckeye's nearby, so we think it's all attributable or largely attributable to Buckeye. It's just not true. And especially because city staff in many instances have misidentified liquefied petroleum gas rail cars as Buckeye's rail cars on numerous occasions. And so there's a reason why they can't tie those two together, because they don't really know. So here's just a real quick picture of a liquefied petroleum rail car, and the next one is, of course, an ethanol rail car. The 15th Street crossing basically saying, here you see that the cessation of rail service, and this comes from the UP letter, will have little, if any, impact on UP's use of the 15th Street crossing. It's just not going to give you what you want to get out of this. There's no benefit to the city. And finally, I would say a couple things, well, one thing then, that the impacts to South River Road with these trucks, the staff never quantified the impacts adding up to these truck trips, and city staff never analyzed the safety issues. And here you have some massive safety issues when you add existing trucks to changes to the roadway, to the introduction of traffic of the Mike McGowan Bridge. And that's never been analyzed. And to yank a permit from Buckeye that allows rail delivery and takes these trucks off the road without quantifying that or knowing what the impact is going to be, makes little sense to yank that permit when there's no downside to the city to keep it operational for a year or more. Thank you for your time.
Right, thank you. All right, we have no request to speak in the public testimony portion of this hearing. So we'll also waive the close since there's no response to be made. Is that correct? Mr. City Attorney. And we'll ask council, I'm going to close the public hearing unless there's a proposal to continue it. All right, so we're going to close the public hearing and turn it to the council for its consideration. Well, I won't lead off on all the matters. I do think that there are a couple of issues that struck me during the hearing and in the written documentation. I think virtually everyone on the council was either on the council or on the planning commission or almost on the council when this permit was initially issued. And I think it is important to be clear, there's no proposal to yank a permit that's in front of us. There's no affirmative action by the city that's being contemplated here to revoke any right or permit that's been made. The only issue is the extension, the reauthorization of a permit that we have previously given with the express understanding that request was continued to be within our discretion, and that it was any request for extension had to be considered within the context of the transitioning of uses within the South River Road area. So it's been long established from the very beginning that there was no, certainly no explicit and no implied right to continuations of renewals. And so the description of it as a yanking of a permit, I think is not accurate in this particular case. And the standard of review that we have is similar. It's a discretionary action, and I assume that's the reason why the appellant's letter seeks to frame it as an arbitrary, capricious, and abusive discretion, because it's the only standard by which a court would review the denial of a request for a purely discretionary conditional use permit. But the standard even there isn't that that the appellant disagrees with the analysis by the professional planners and public works professionals and the most respected fire chief on the transportation of hazardous materials in Northern California. The fact that the appellant disagrees with them does not make a judgment that we may make based on their opinion and their advice and their analysis. That does not make it arbitrary, capricious, or an abuse of discretion. It just means we may not agree about the nature of the facts, but that we're fully within the council, whatever decision we end up making, is fully within its rights to make its judgment based on the totality of the evidence that's been presented to us, including the analysis by our own staff team. So I just, as the specific issues aside, I just think the framing of it is important around what really our decision is today and what its legal and procedural context might be. And just one other comment on that is there was a statement made in the hearing that the analysis that we've been given around rail impacts and which rail cars are causing which and what's in those rail cars, and the statement was made, and I wrote it down because it was powerful, which was, and the they that's referenced here is our staff team and our fire chief. They don't really know what's in those cars. Well, that's exactly the point, actually. Is that we have no other regulatory or public safety protections. We don't even know what we can't protect our citizens in terms of what's in those cars. And so that's not an argument for us not to act and simply rely and defer entirely to the appellant with respect to their summative information around what we're supposed to believe about the safety of the cars. In the absence of the information that we have requested and that the state's requested repeatedly, around the transportation of these materials, we have to make our best judgment based on the information that is available to us and the analysis that we can't complete. And so I would love to have more information, but I believe that our fire chief and our staff have done an excellent job of trying to produce as much analysis around the impacts and the potential implications of the continuation of this permit, given the changing conditions in that district, that they can, given the information that's made available to them by the appellant and others in the district. So, but none of that's about the substance of the matters before us, simply the framework. So, Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma.
Thank you. I do appreciate that your opening remarks on this, because it is important, because having served on the planning commission for 10 years and being here for now 4 full years, you get to understand the nature of the decisions that had to be made in this context. And so in our capacity here today, we're looking at the appeal of a decision made by our citizens serving on a commission who had the facts in front of them. And not only, I think the point that I would make is if our judgment today is on whether this permit should be, the planning commission's decision should be overturned, and it has to be based on something overwhelming, to me, overwhelming, that shows that they missed something, that there's some other overriding fact that was just lapsed. And I can't see that anywhere here, because not only, as you laid out some of the facts around the opinions they got from planning staff regarding traffic mitigation and what they feel or what they experience firsthand in traffic, especially from train traffic or train-caused traffic, which is, I occasionally get emails or texts from people stuck in that, complaining, and then we don't have any jurisdiction over that. So that's one. And two is from our fire chief, who is well-respected on this front and has been a key person involved in SACOG's analysis of flammable and explosive materials on rails. I'm hard-pressed to understand kind of on that nature how the planning commission can be deemed to just be wrong and error. They received credible information, and they experience this every day. Further, context on this is having been on the commission when, I can say safely, because I was on the commission when we issued some of these permits, and it was very explicit. There was much deliberation around these issues, around how we would move forward, even if we didn't see in 2002 or 2001 when I was just started on the planning commission. It was made very clear that there was a transition plan that had to be thought about. And granted, it seemed eons away, but now we're just 13 years later, and there's really visible signs that those things are changing. And I think that's in context of their decision today, is they're actually feeling that. So again, back in 2001 and 2, when these permits came forward, I remember very clear conversations with not just this applicant, but others who were looking at permits and conditional use permits and furthering those, that we were very explicit. I think Mr. Mitchell was there in some of those, about the nature of these, that there's a time definite at the end of this. We don't know when that is, but be prepared. And so I think I just think about the decision of the Planning Commission. They had all this information, and they have visible signs that there is a time now when they feel like things have changed in that area, that this conditional use permit is no longer something that they can feel compelled to further for all those reasons. So, I understand your role here as they present the facts as you see them, but the facts as the Planning Commission saw them are very much in their very, very daily life experience, and what they see, what they experience driving through the city, and what they see every day and being parked along the rail lines as could be hazardous material. So again, I look at this and feel confident in their decision as residents in our city who have to live with this, their ability to make that judgment based, and they had very good sources to do it. So I'm just not, I'm satisfied at what they came through in their final decision on it.
Mr. Christoph.
Yeah. It was sort of interesting today, because today I was going westbound on 80, and I took South River Road off the Pioneer Bridge. And as I made the turn by the housing project there and the water tank, if you look to the left, you saw 20, 30, 40 rail cars. I didn't count them, I don't know, but it just took me by surprise. And I know that BP or ARCO or Buckeye is not responsible for those cars. But at the same time, the 6 cars that they do add every day, or can add each day, could have a tendency to let those things stack up. I don't understand the rail business well enough to know why all of these cars have to stay in our community for as long as they stay, and at the same time, we don't get to know what's in them. That is sort of alarming to me. But at the same time, I realize that certainly is not all Buckeye's fault, issue, or whatever it is. But at the same time, I also remember the Planning Commission venting this agenda item. And I know that the commission wanted to have some give and take. And I think the commission felt, for the most part, that it was all going to be their give. And they finally just came up and said, the vast majority, I think the vote was like 6-1, 5-1, something like that. And to not allow the permit to be extended past December 31st. I think they did vent this project very well. I think they took into consideration a lot of different items. I know that you know, there were different issues that were discussed that aren't in our staff report, but at the same time, the Planning Commission, I think, did a very, very good job of giving their day in court and looking out for the citizens of West Sacramento. And so I'm one to lean towards what the Planning Commission and staff has recommended and not extend the permit.
Sandine?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For me, the most compelling testimony or input we heard tonight came from our fire chief about what we can control, routing, speed, et cetera. And so that's compelling to me, because I think that the issue at hand is what we can't control and what we can control. And for me, being on the city council, caring about the community, I think I lean towards upholding the commission's decision.
Mr. Johansson.
Yeah, I would agree. I think from my perspective, this issue of the number of trucks versus rail was confusing, but I think, you know, I think Buckeye's presentation was 3,200 to 5,200, 3,900 to 5,200 trucks if there is no transfer by rail. But the problem is they contacted the Air Quality Management District and told them not to disclose any information, which kind of doesn't support the argument of what those numbers are. But in any event, I think there is a legitimate safety concern that the fire chief brought out. We do have more control over trucks than we do rail, which I think is important. You know, it looks like we're probably going to get more traffic on in that area, which is a concern now that a lot of people are starting to use that transit route over the Mike McGowan Bridge. But, you know, I've been swayed by staff's argument that it's maybe 20 additional a day out of the 100 or so that are there already. So it'll be more traffic, but I think, you know, weighing with less rail traffic, I think it's probably a better route. So I'd be supportive of it as well.
Yeah, I concur with all my colleagues. I think on the except even if it weren't for the some of these direct issues. I don't think the case is proper to extend the permit in any event, even if it weren't for the differing analyses around the trucks and the trains themselves. That the commission and the council, which concurred in general terms by not reversing it. And we had this issue before us as well. Anticipated it, right? Our initial response to these proposals back in a decade ago or plus was, no, we don't want to do this because we're going to transition this district. And the response was that, well, we don't know when that's going to happen. When that happens, then we won't do it anymore. But until then, we need to meet these federal requirements. Why can't we do that until then? That was the request that was put before the city. Well, until then is now. The McGowan Bridge, the Broadway Bridge, the smaller development projects that we're anticipating, and not trivially, the significant transfer of bike commuting to this corridor off of Jefferson have all happened since that period of time. And so exactly what the commission foresaw when it included the requirement that any request for extension has to consider the transition of the South River Road area, that has transpired. And in exactly the way that the commission had foreseen, maybe faster than the commission thought, but couldn't be too fast because the commission only gave 5 years till 2010 anyway. So the commission, must have foreseen, and we foresaw that there was a possibility that this would be happening. And Buckeye knew because it was in the terms of its permit, and in the terms of the discussion that went back and forth across the dais around this request. And the representation made at that time was that when the district's transitioning, of course we won't be doing that anymore. So to me, even without the specific debate about this issue, which I agree with my colleagues in terms of how to come down on that question, even without that, there's not a justification for extending the permit. There is no animus towards the project, towards Buckeye itself, and I want to be clear because this was erroneously stated in the record, the written record that we have. As was made clear at our last council meeting and repeatedly for the last decade, we're firmly committed towards the transition of this area. But the existing Buckeye facility is absolutely welcome to remain and operate at its existing site to the extent that it's complying with the terms of its permits, that it's not invading the public right-of-way or otherwise engaged in inappropriate or illegal activity. It's perfectly welcome to stay in our community and in the South River Roads District. What we've begun to do as part of our transition plan is to not make extraordinary allowances to non-conforming uses on their behalf. We're simply not extending additional benefits to those uses, but we're taking no actions to force anyone to move out of their existing locations. And so this issue in particular, as we've heard all the evidence and all the issues that are before us, it's absolutely not intended to try to drive Buckeye out of the district, but simply the era where we would waive our policies around what this district is supposed to be. That era has come to a close, and folks need to operate within the terms of their legal permits and their arrangements that they have in order to remain there. The development that's occurring in that district will occur on those properties that are when and where they're willing to make the transition on their own. So, all right. So I think we've heard from the whole council. So is there a motion on item 17? Right. It's been moved and seconded. I want to call the roll since we did on the last one anyway. Madam Clerk?
Councilmember Kristoff?
Yes.
Councilmember Sandin? Councilmember Johannesson? Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma? Mayor Cabaldon?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, so that motion carries, and the Planning Commission's decision is sustained.
And if I may remind any interested parties that judicial review of this decision is governed by Code of Civil Procedure, Section 1094.6.
All right, thank you. All right, thank you to all the participants in the hearing. That brings us to item 18, which is a public workshop on General Plan 2035, Draft Mobility and Economic Development Elements.
too many staff reports here. As part of our efforts to complete our work on General Plan 2035, which is our longstanding effort to update our general plan, staff will be rolling out the various policy elements for consideration by the council as we vet them internally and with other stakeholders, including city commissions. And so tonight, we are here to present the draft mobility and economic development elements for your consideration tonight. As part of our ongoing efforts, subsequent meetings, we will bring other elements forward to the planning, to the council after having vetting them through the various commissions. As sure as the council well knows, we have been working on general plan update for many years now. Some fits and starts, but we're moving full speed ahead right now. And the mobility element and economic developments are important in many reasons. In that the mobility is sort of what was sort of the newfangled version of what we used to always historically call the circulation element, and it's really renamed mobility not just for semantic purposes, but also to help represent some of the objectives that one would want to have in their general plan mobility element in this day and age. And there are several important notions that we've tried to capture from a policy basis in that mobility element. Most importantly is complete streets. This is bordering off what was in SB 375, which is again a 2008 law. We were talking about multimodal elements. We want to make sure that all modes can be accommodated in our city, which is directly related to having complete streets. We also have the policy level that addresses what type of streets and roadways we want to have on our community. Level of service is a big issue right now based on the passage of SB 743 and how OPR is going to come down on the final recommendations for that as it pertains to level of service as a threshold in CEQA. We want to continue to address different types of modes, alternative modes of transportation. We're sensitive to some of the issues that were raised in the earlier item regarding the senior transportation matters. And there's entire goals set up about maintaining a range of public and private transit systems throughout our community that can not only assist seniors getting around, but any other members of our community. Bike, pedestrian, and walkability goals are all included within our mobility element, as primary objectives that we wish to achieve. Many of the other elements, that are common, parking and goods movement, we have addressed as well. And we've tried to set up some key goals and have some key policies to try to address those goals, but also to not sort of overwhelm with an innumerate number of those as well. So I've addressed primarily mobility element for the council. Mr. Laurel is here to address anything regarding in summary of the economic development element. We can pause and discuss the mobility first, or we can cover out economic development and then come back and hit both afterward, whatever be the council's preference.
Since I'm not seeing a gigantic waterfall of questions at this stage, why don't we do the whole presentation, then we'll just go.
Okay, thank you, David. Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. I think the mobility element is the marquee item of the two here, so I'm going to try to be brief about the summary of the ED element. So economic development elements are becoming more common in general plans, really to set the foundation for a city's economic development program and also to raise the profile of certain policies that are designed to improve the local economy. So in addition to the foundational purposes of having an economic development element, it can also be helpful when it comes to things like pursuing grant funds. You can point back to policies in your ED element to help with that. I credit Charlene Hamilton for many years ago looking at the general plan and seeing that there would be benefits for having an ED element while we didn't have one previously. But since that time, an ED element's a lot more relevant, I think, in West Sacramento and in California because of the elimination of redevelopment and kind of the rethinking of how we do economic development going forward. So the draft you're seeing tonight is adapted from an initial draft that was done, I'm not even sure exactly when, but several years ago, let's just say that. What we tried to do was pare it down quite a bit to keep it as simple as possible, but still capture both the essence of some of the city's major economic development initiatives, but also like the Community Investment Action Plan and some of the other items you see in there, but also some of the finer points and policies that are typically included in ED elements. So there's 5 sections. There's a general economic development section that really is that foundational piece that lays out the major policies and major initiatives that make up the foundation of our program. There's a land use and infrastructure section. That's really where the bulk of the policies will appear, I think, that are most relevant to both what we're doing today, but also going forward, focusing on things like the IFD strategy that we're pursuing right now, and identifying specifically where we plan to focus investments in places like our riverfront districts. There's a section on business climate, which includes policies to maintain our positive, business-friendly image and environment here in West Sacramento. There's a section on workforce development, which is, I'd say, more typical of what you'd see in other cities' economic development. It has a lot of more traditional policies for developing and maintaining a skilled and educated workforce. And then finally, might be more unique to our community, we have a small section on retail development. I think the thought process there, when it was originally included, was we wanted to put forth policies that were intended to increase retail options to capture the full retail demand of residents, both today and in the future in our city, and also our fair share of the regional demand. So I'll just mention that we did make the presentation recently to the Chamber's Economic and Government Affairs Committee. We had hoped to go to EDAC with this prior to this meeting, but just due to scheduling issues, we wanted to keep this going and get it to the council, at least to get some initial feedback. We're going to take it to the EDAC, Economic Advisory Commission, at its meeting in February. And this is just a first draft, first workshop, and we'll be back to council again on this.
Is that it?
Yes.
All right, now, Councilmember Johannesson.
Thank you. Aaron, a couple points. I'm on this iPad, and it's kind of slow paging through this. So on the I'll start with economic development. So economic development, 2.15, broadband internet expansion. I think that's really important in terms of economic development here. But as Mr. Kristoff mentioned earlier, and I think his committee reports, Yolo County just got through doing the broadband analysis, and that gets into more of access to bandwidth throughout the city, underserved areas, that type of thing. It's probably not an economic development issue, but where would something like that fit in this plan? Like general broadband, I mean, I would think it'd be a livability type issue.
Well, I think it does have an economic development component. That's the reason we've been so interested in it, and the reason it appears in here is that in a lot of our areas, particularly the industrial areas where we're trying to, attract major employers and business park type development, we do have some deficiencies in our broadband system. And so part of that study, the action plan that's going to come out of it, is going to be identifying what those gaps and deficiencies are and actions to pursue them. But I think the reason it's important to include it in the economic development element is based on what I said earlier. When you get to the point of pursuing things like grant funding and outside funding, it helps to make that tie that broadband isn't just a livability issue, but it does have other benefits, particularly here with economic development. I think it does appear in other parts of the general plan, though.
Yeah, we have a healthy communities element as well that's sort of gathered a lot of this type of material, and I agree that it is a livability issue, and we would also submit that it is an economic development, matter as well.
That's great. Let's see, let me try and get back to the general mobility policy statement. So basically, the way this is set up is we've got a general statement and then subcategories of, what that means in terms of different contexts. So we've got we heard an issue on the senior transportation aging in place. Is that something, when we look at this mobility element, just a paragraph that kind of prefaces this whole discussion, that we'd want to include language in there about independently living? We've got the complete streets and that type of thing, but it doesn't really, in specificity, deal with the issue of independent living, aging in place, that type of thing, in terms of a policy of mobility.
Well, we certainly can expand upon what we have in there to make sure we're making reference to that segment of our population. I think what we heard earlier tonight, speaks toward that, quite a bit. We've, looking at the, goal M4 about, public and private transit system, we're trying to reference, all residents. But we can make, reference to those, that's more sensitive populations, and make sure we're cognizant of their needs.
Yeah, I just think it, when developers are coming and looking at these projects, they're gonna look at a paragraph like this, and, I think it's helpful for them to get a good idea where the city's coming from on it, what the expectations are, whether it's a negating or whatever, to kind of help them develop the project before it even gets to us. So, those are just preliminary comments.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma?
Thank you. Thanks for the briefing and look and the review of your approach to this. I do have a couple of questions, and I'll start with on the economic development element part. And it dovetails, it just appears coincidental or not, how this should be working I'm trying to reconcile how this works together, and we just had this discussion. So on page 2.7, under retail development, we have ED 5.3, which is neighborhood retail, which is all the things you would expect in, I would suppose, in economic development. But the part that I go back to the land use section of it, and while we do have a section 2.7 on retail expansion, I'm feeling after the discussion we just had about land use and densities and making sure we get to that critical mass so we can get neighborhood retail and commercial activated in neighborhoods. That's one of the things that I'm struggling with on how we can link those two issues, because they are every bit connected. Here, they're connected they're in the same section. But can you maybe have some thoughts on that, or?
Yeah, I mean, I think I was actually struck, I found it interesting that there was a retail standalone section in our original draft economic development element. I think it makes sense from especially from the regional retail standpoint, that we've done a good job with capturing a lot of the regional demand with, some of the places like River Point. I think where we're struggling, where you hear probably the most from the community, is on sort of that neighborhood retail need, and but it, it really is. I'll be the first to say that it is really tied to rooftops and just basic supply demand. So I think we do need a good strategy, and I don't know if this element or some link to our land use element is the place to make a stronger connection between that specific issue, neighborhood retail development, and how we go about planning neighborhoods and densities and that sort of thing. So I'm afraid I don't really have a good answer on that, but I think we can, as we go through this further, we can,
I think I just wanted to provoke the thought more than I wanted to look for a concrete answer, but I think that's the linkage we need. It was the question that I probably got most this year, was around, especially after the loss of the eatery, is what happens now? Where do restaurants go? And the short answer was there's not enough rooftops to support that type of restaurant. Chains, yes. And you saw one go in immediately, but there's still a desire. If we had to poll, I think, residents, I mean, that's what I heard quite a bit. Not just that, but other services. There's still empty storefronts and some of the malls down Jefferson towards the Wicked West area. So I think I think that's the part that we need to be just pay some more care for, because I think it should shape our land use decisions, and it should shape our retail, any kind of strategy around recruiting retail activity here. They need to work together. They can't go one without the other. And so anyway, I thought that was an interesting part. And then further on the economic development, I'm looking at the business climate part, which is really good. There's two things, and we have city image and collaboration and partnerships. But one of the things that and there's it is one of our, I think, what we do to promote a business climate is sort of what you folks do and try to do at our staff level, which is our approach to provide a welcoming and I can't think of another word, our efficiency, our ability to kind of get projects through swiftly, the consistency and predictability of our process. So I don't want to make too big a deal out of it, but that is our, we've maintained that and been able to build that credibility in the business community that has allowed us to prosper. And it's more than image. It's about, so strategies around continual improvement. And I know we've talked about there are all sort of some things that we've done, but even when we brought aboard Code for America, that's an endeavor which will aim to speed up permitting, or it could lead to better approaches to interacting with our city, which breeds confidence in your city, which builds a better business climate. So I just want to make sure we kind of care for that in some way. And then on ED 3.5 on funding opportunities, and it has to do with this on small businesses in general. And I think Louise is, you're still here. Because I think of the programs you're doing through our community development block grants with the educational programs, building a good business climate. I think it should go beyond just funding opportunities. I know this for, again, it's a little close to home to me, or at least my work. Financial institutions are just as interested in building strong entrepreneurship, business acumen at the local level. It is a discussion I had at the federal level this morning, in fact, about how do we move from this paradigm where financial institutions, all they do is loans. That was the discussion, and they should be educating people on how to get loans and getting them ready. And I know that's what we did, and we proved that directionally where you were moving on some of the strategies we use some of those the block grants for, right? So I want to encourage that we continue doing that, because I think it is an important part of what we do, because nobody's really caring for that segment. And those bicycle shops, those coffee shops that are, 1 to 3 employees only, those are critical to kind of maintain. And so I just kind of put that out there as finding areas to kind of expand your thought on those funding opportunities to be a little more expansive. So I kind of echo, just to go back to the mobility element. I don't really have more to add, and glad to see this is all here, and the focus on complete streets, because I think that is something that we have already started to do, and how do you promote that going forward? So I'm supportive with the approach you've taken. I had a note from this morning when I was reviewing it, but we'll come back to it because I don't have it written down on this piece. But again, I was really kind of the expansiveness of this section was one that I was really impressed with. So I appreciate what you've done so far. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to pick up on the comment that Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma made about the retail interaction with the land use element. I actually think this needs to be enforced throughout the general plan, because element after element, and structurally it reads very much like our original general plans, which were more aspirational without a knowledge about how it would get there than we can be today. Because really the central part of our retail plan is what he described. It's not like a side thing, but the number one part of our retail plan is not making sure we have enough retail zoning. It's not making sure we have enough parking spaces. It is there enough people to support the coffee shop or the restaurant or the store? That's also true for transit, right? The transit section of this mobility element is all about, shelters and making sure that there's curb cuts and stuff, the carve outs and stuff. And those are, not trivial, but they are trivial in the overall, whether transit actually works as a centerpiece of our mobility depends on there being enough ridership. right? But the mobility element doesn't really describe that our number one strategy to make a successful, highly mobile transit system is the other suite of things that's in the general plan around that. And so, and that's true not in every single section, but in lots of them. And so I do think for the casual reader, but even to remind ourselves that as you know, transit, our number one strategy is, you know, transit-oriented development in ways that will support enough people riding a transit system and make it viable. And then number two might be shelters. Number three might be stops, but without the number one, the rest of it is really just window dressing. And the same thing is true on the retail side. And so I do think you know, 21st century sophisticated general plan ought to really emphasize the integration of those elements in a way that we haven't really done, and most jurisdictions frankly haven't done before. But I think the economic development piece more than any really points that out. I did have a couple of specific things. The economic development piece I like. It feels mostly borrowed or mostly generic. I guess as I read through it, I tried to for a second say, okay, what if I was on the city council of Winters or Elk Grove? Would this economic development apply to what I'm trying to do there? And mostly it does. I mean, it's pretty. Okay, we want to encourage higher ed to, you know, to make educational available to it, so it becomes not that useful, and it reminds me that I hardly ever refer to the general plan unless David or Charlene puts it in a staff report. When I don't, you know, when I'm thinking, well, what are we doing on you know, bikeability? I never think I'll go read the general plan. That's a problem, right? Because the general plan is supposed to be I mean, it's not our year-to-year strategy, it's not our daily strategy, but it should frame really what it is that WESAC is doing. And that part of what that implies is what is it that WESAC is doing that not every single other city on the planet is also doing, right? What's distinctive? Okay, we're breathing, yes, but we don't need to put that in the general plan. And so for me, that's like the search for meaning and what the general plan is really saying. And is it really a statement of our distinctive values and strategy and aspirations, or is it just a long list of any idea or amenity expressed in the most abstract way possible that anybody could ever imagine? And it often feels like the latter. So it's not a criticism of this work. This is actually much more specific and fine-grained than we have been in the past. But I think we you know, as we get better, and we devote 5 more minutes to this, because I know we have no time or resources to do this general plan review, that when we have the moment, we don't need to do it top to bottom, but when we have the moment to drive more towards a more meaningful and meaning-filled general plan, I think it would make it more worth our time as a community and make it more powerful as a document for guiding our decisions and our priorities and our choices. On the higher ed piece, you know, we have Sacramento City College here, and beyond the sort of the more generic language about higher ed, I think for me at least one of our long-term policy objectives as a community is to have that college campus be a complete educational program for our residents. It's a fantastic center, so it's been a tremendous benefit to the community. But where we would like it to be, I think, is a place where you can go and complete a degree, where you can go and complete a certificate. And it's not there yet, and I know the campus intends to get there, but that's our shared vision that the Sacramento City College has with us, that facility ought to grow. And that, you know, at some point, a student ought to be able to show up there and take their entire curriculum on that campus without necessarily having it just be an entry point, essentially to the main campus. So it's an example of an area where I think we could be, based on our own unique local circumstances, be a bit more specific. The other higher ed piece is the UC Davis connection, which we emphasize very heavily, and maybe I'm missing it, but it doesn't seem called out here in the way that it could, given the proposals that we've made directly and indirectly to the university around our role with them in innovation and technology transfer, and at least aspiring to have UC Davis a more fundamental part of our local economy and our local economic development efforts. I want to completely underscore that what Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma said about having a component in here on entrepreneurship. I think that's absolutely critical. The other element of that is the role of placemaking for workforce development. That this again sort of turns to the integration of the general plan. That one of our central strategies in workforce development, in addition to better job training programs is to create places that highly trained or highly creative workers want to live, either to come here to live or to stay here to live, the homegrown ones. And that's a very important part of our long-term workforce development strategy. It's why we're creating a mix of different kinds of neighborhoods that they would want to inhabit. And we should be clear about that. That's core to what it is that we're doing. And that's also something that we have much more direct control over than simply announcing that we want better job training programs. One other question, one other comment, then one other question. In the section in the mobility section on streets and roadways, because I think it's the only one about it, we treat streets and roadways purely in a utilitarian way about mobility, which makes some sense because it's the mobility section, but streets and roadways are also the largest amount of public realm that we have as a community. And people also do stop on streets and, sit and drink on the sidewalk or chat with people. I mean, it's also a place into itself, and the protection and the nurturing and the creation of great public places within that public realm and the public right-of-way, which we've been very attentive to in places like West Capitol Avenue. But that's an important policy element of our streets and roads strategy, is thinking about streets and roads as places and not just not just as tubes that you use to get from one location to the other. That's important to emphasize. So the only question is on the biking piece is we've achieved our bike-friendly community designation, and we've signaled that we'd like to keep ramping that designation up. Does this set of strategies that are outlined in the mobility element, would they get us to gold or platinum status if we were if we were to realize these objectives?
I know that's our objective, and we've been working on this element with our Public Works colleagues on bike matters. So we'll explore that concept, further on this to make sure and we can even make that an express objective.
Yeah, because we had that objective, but I think there's there's LEED certification where there's a matrix of things that you got to do in order to get there, and so unless there are things that we don't want to do, we might want to incorporate that into these elements. Because I think for me, I don't want to get almost to platinum and just not have done the one thing that would have gotten us platinum, which would have been very useful us to mark ourselves as a leading bicycle community. So just having that as a potential rubric to evaluate some objectives that we might have we don't need to let the League of Bicyclists drive our policy, but as a rubric at least to think about how this element might be framed, I think is useful. All right, Mr. Johannesson.
Maybe just a quick follow-up to a comment that the mayor made. On the public transit section, when we look at tying in development with the need to create a robust public transit system, can there be some mention in here about the city will support project densities or project placements that support public transportation or something of that nature to try and help tie our desire to have a public transportation system that has ridership with the whole development section of what we're trying to do?
Yeah, and I think that's something we need in this element, and even if it's just referencing, but back to the sort of the land use element. But I'm seeing a lot of the comments here and sort of know what's coming up next. I'm seeing where there already is some already synergy developing with the elements, which of course need to be internally consistent, and we need to cross-reference those better. And I recognize we're looking at a couple of these sort of more in a vacuum. It's but it'd be a lot to bring the whole thing all in one night. But I think we can make that happen. It's in the land use element, but we can make it more forward here in the mobility element too.
That's helpful the other way around too, for because as Mr. Christoph has pointed out, we're not just trying to build super high density everywhere. Like if we're not planning on, if we don't have any intention of providing a streetcar line or a high frequency transit service to a location, we should not be building super high density. I mean, that's with no parking. I mean, that's crazy. And so linking those two elements together, that it's just not just density for density. If it's not supporting the transit, and if the transit's not supporting that density being able to work, then you're creating, I don't know about the slums, but you're at least creating gridlock, and none of us are trying to do that. So. Other feedback?
I had just one I think everybody's really covered a lot of the things that sort of pop out at you, but one of the things I was looking at is we've had an opportunity to bring forth a project that is a destination project. And I'd like to make sure that somewhere in this economic development part of it, there is some reference to if there is a destination kind of development, that we certainly take a good, strong look at trying to bring forth that kind of development into an area that we can properly plan.
I remember the area on the mobility. It actually is in the goods movement, and it's the very last thing you have, and maybe it's there on purpose, is in the deep watership channel. And this is where I just don't, this may be where our previous ambition and what we thought we could do and kind of where the port is. I'm all for it. If we came across a pot of money that could deepen the ship channel, certainly we would support that. I'm just not sure that setting the sights on kind of if that's the right goal for goods movement and the port. I'm just not, if we're going to sit there and have a set of strategies to support, I'm not sure that we're going to get very far, given the current state of funding for inland ports versus other ports. So, this is thought. So again, this is where I think the document needs to be a little more strategic and sort of starting to pave the way. Certainly the port, still a vital part of it, and how do you integrate it with the rest of it? And it plays I think the way we're functioning, the strategy we set forth with the port, given with SSA now managing it, hopefully that continues to be successful. What can we do to better encourage more tonnage coming through and so on and so forth is maybe what the more realistic goal should be.
Yeah, I think we can maybe revise that policy to align it more with what, the current operating model of the port is, and at least acknowledge the port, but do it in a way that deals with the current reality and what we project in the future.
Yeah, because what I didn't see was the barging at all, and if I had to pick which of the pipe dreams we should be chasing of those two, I think barging actually is a more realistic over some time period, not tomorrow, not next year, the year after that. Whereas the deepening, it seems like every year it becomes less and less of a possible dream. So I think given the commitments that we've made to the feds on the Maritime Highway, that we should at least have some statement. What you have already on the deep water ship channel, the reason I didn't flag it, although I completely agree with Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, is since all it said was that we would support efforts. I'm reading that as if somebody else goes after it, we'll send a letter saying yes, we agree. But not that we were going to lead or initiate, because we shouldn't make promises that we're not intending to keep. But I think it's an absolutely, the point's very well taken. Thank you. Nadine?
I think the integration comment that was made about density in transit, also density in retail, I think the integration work will be challenging because there's this separation in some sense when you're doing this general plan, yet we want to see the whole. So I think that's just a challenge, I think, going through this process. But and we are ambitious, and they're already just reading this draft. It's almost, I don't want to say overwhelmed, but it's almost there. It's just there's so many things. So I think the comment about focusing on the biggest matters, but then also integrating in some way. I think that'll be the challenge as we move forward. But great work.
All right, do you have you wanted us to take public comment on this element as well? So we have no request to speak on item 18. and you've heard, I think, sufficient council feedback.
Oh, absolutely, thank you.
All right. Okay, thank you very much. Work. Item 19 is a public workshop on the Washington District Complete Community Strategy for Housing and Employment Opportunities targeted to lower income residents. Paul Bloomberg not here, or?
It's Louise.
Good evening. Last year, the city embarked on a number of infrastructure studies to develop a strategy to support transit-oriented development in the Washington neighborhood. And this evening, we've heard a lot about these types of plans and strategies. We're coming to you this evening on a workshop to look at not what I call the hard infrastructure of streets and transit and sewers, but more the soft infrastructure of what it's going to take to support the development of businesses that will activate those streets and support ridership of transit-oriented development. Along with the economic benefits that we hope will be associated with high-density development, of increased property values, of a reduced use of greenfield development, more infill development, reductions in greenhouse gas, hopefully from those types of development, there are some drawbacks, and primarily they affect the lower income residents of these infill community, the infill neighborhood in Washington. Higher density development is going to encourage folks to live close to where they work or within a transit commute distance of where they work. But if rents increase in this neighborhood to the point where lower income people can't afford to live there, they're going to have to move further out and drive, which kind of loses some of the benefit of the high density development and increases the overall cost of living for these very fragile households, very low-income households. But the types of businesses that we need along the street front, your restaurants and coffee shops, probably some child care centers, barber shops, those sorts of things, they typically do not have high-paying wages. So we want to have a mix of housing affordability in these neighborhoods to generate the synergy we need to make this successful. In the Washington neighborhood, as it's indicated in your report, over 1/3 of the residents live below the federal poverty level, and over half of children under 18 live in families in poverty. We have high unemployment, and nearly half of all adults are English learners with less than sufficient English skills. 1/3 do not have a high school diploma or GED. So if we want to help these folks gain employability in this neighborhood, we need a support system that would get them there. Currently, we do have a significant amount of affordable housing in the Washington neighborhood. We have 275 units just in this study area. Chris, could you put up that slide? The slide is the same as the exhibit in your packet. That's 20% of existing units. Now, of course, that percentage will begin to diminish as more market rate units are built as the neighborhood starts building out. But even to maintain a, say, 12 or 15% affordability, we're going to need maybe between about 150 units of affordable housing. However, as you can see from the exhibit, we have more affordable housing going in just to the south. We already have several large projects to the northwest and the bridge housing project that just opened to the south. So housing affordability, there is affordable housing available. What we want to do is link the people that are living in these affordable units and the people that are living in the unrestricted, what I call unrestricted affordable housing, which are basically housing that is for low-income people, but it's because it is older and it is substandard. We want to link them with job training, education options so that they can fill the gaps that are going to be needed by these businesses when they go in. There's no way we can build our way to affordability at the income levels that currently exist in this neighborhood. It's far too expensive to subsidize a unit down to the poverty level. And most of your subsidy programs do not target the extremely low income. They target the 40 to 60% income levels, which is what we generally consider very low income, not extremely low. And at the federal level, which is where a lot of this funding originates, the extremely low income funds are being cut and cut and cut. So the only other option is a two-prong approach. One is to build a reasonable amount of additional affordable housing, but also to help these families increase their incomes. One of the things that we are required to look at because of the HUD grant that's funding the infrastructure study is the potential for displacement. And we do see, as I mentioned before, that as property values rise and as a lot of these substandard units are no longer economically viable, they'll be replaced by more expensive units. So we do expect some economic displacement, not due to the city or any actions of the city, but just due to the market. We also expect to see maybe a few units that are lost because the city will have to make some infrastructure investments. So one of the things we'd like to do is require that when developers throughout the city create affordable housing, that we have in their documents that we usually require for subsidy, that they will market units to lowest income neighborhoods first before marketing them in the region. And a lot of times you can't just require them to go out and get residents of a certain neighborhood just because their funding sources don't allow it. But to the extent that the various funding sources do allow that, we would like to target any of the families that might be at risk of displacement in Washington. Secondly, we know we're going to need to update the inclusionary housing ordinance with all the zoning changes that are under contemplation with the general plan amendment. So that's something that we will recommend happen as soon as the zoning is updated. In addition to our shelter ordinance, which the zoning update may change some of the locations available for shelter. And finally, as I mentioned before, we want to build a reasonable amount of additional affordable housing in that neighborhood so that we can support those low-income, the families that are providing employees to those low-income job businesses. We thought quite a bit about how to determine what that would look like and how the number. We thought about maybe just requiring that we try and keep a goal of a certain percentage of units in that neighborhood affordable. The Housing Advisory Commission actually recommended we not look at that, but that we just look at the number of jobs that are going to be created there and how do we house those jobs. So the hope is that a number of the people that are currently living in those affordable units that you see in those little circles will get some of these jobs. We will not have to provide units to those folks, but that we will need a net gain over the time frame of this plan, which is it's a 20-year plan. So that gives us time to collect the in-lieu fees that will be collected as development occurs and plan for that, the use of those. I'm going to stop here and ask if you have questions on the housing piece before I go on to the employment piece.
I do. I think when, who'd you say, EDAC? I mean, did you say EDAC reviewed that? And
The Housing Advisory Commission looked at the housing recommendations, and EDAC looked at the employment ones.
Oh, okay. Because, I mean, I do think that trying to facilitate jobs is the right way to go. I think that that is the right way to go. I think that if you build more affordable housing, we may not be able to find the jobs that can utilize that affordable housing, and then all you have is more affordable housing that is really not conducive. I mean, you've seen the maps. I've asked you to put together a map as far as all of the affordable housing units and where they're located. That's sort of startling. I think that the whole council really needs to see a map like that and see where the concentration of affordable housing projects are. So anyway, I mean, that's one of the recommendations that I would make, is that you photocopy that map that you had made for me and let the rest of the council see it, because that is sort of startling.
And that is one reason why we're not recommending the 150 to 200 units that would keep us at that 20%, where we're trying to be cognizant of the fact of the impact of a high concentration of affordable housing in a small neighborhood.
Okay, were there other questions for Louise at the moment? Yeah, Mr. Johansson?
Thank you. Yeah, I think I mean, it's part of the employment development, but so we're looking at a 20-year plan on how to deal with this neighborhood. When you're looking at building capacity, you're obviously talking about people who aren't born yet, that would have capacity to get the jobs at the end of that 20-year period. But, I mean, how does that work? Because you've got folks there that may not be employable. How do you identify the people in the neighborhoods? How do you, bring them up to the point of being employable? How do you project what kind of jobs are going to be there? I mean, it's this whole, I'm not seeing how that's going to happen. I mean, it sounds good in concept that, we'll build earning capacity of the folks there so they can afford, higher rents or whatever as gentrification occurs, but how does that happen?
Should I move on into the employment recommendations, and I can go into that? Does anyone have any other housing-related
Let's go
comments?
ahead.
Okay. So we do have some thoughts on that. We have looked at a lot of best practices across the nation. We've also talked to the EDAC, and we've spoken to local service providers. So sites for service delivery is one of those things. The Sac City College building is, just outside basically of the study area. It's easily within a walking or quick bus ride. But we find that these folks that are at the lowest end of the education spectrum and the lowest end of the income spectrum probably are not using that. We actually have a survey that we're having done right now. The West Sac Housing Development Corporation and Broderick Christian Center are assisting us with that. I haven't gotten as many responses yet as I would like. I would like to have at least 200 responses so we really have a decent representative sample, and we haven't gotten to that number yet, so I'm not really ready to put forth the results. But from the preliminary information we've seen, these are people who do not even know that those programs exist. And so either getting satellite offices or satellite locations where they can be right there in the neighborhood, very prominent, or targeting marketing by working with the property managers in our affordable projects, by working with the organizations that are already there, such as FISH, such as Broderick Christian Center, the Center for Families. We want to work through the existing nonprofit infrastructure, working with also the county, the CalFresh, and the welfare department, not create anything new if we don't have to, and work through those to make sure that those types of programs and services are well, that they're well marketed in that particular neighborhood. So we also want to target employers in that, to move into that neighborhood and work with them to create job ladders. So they hire someone in a restaurant that's they're going to bus tables, but they also work with them to get the job skills to move up from that. And if someone whose first job was bussing tables, I can tell you that it can work. We also want to, Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma mentioned supporting entrepreneurs. That is another thing that is, especially if you have a lot of immigrants, the immigrant community is very entrepreneurial quite often. They come to the United States with a desire to start their own businesses, and our micro enterprise program does show that that is a very strong need. We get 3 times as many people going through our program when we do the Spanish language classes as we do when we do the English language classes. So to further that. And also we want to look for low-costing financing, and that was another thing that Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma mentioned, that the banks should be our partner in this. And the Fed is looking for partners, especially if you've got a plan, a comprehensive plan, not just I have a business that has a need, but I have a neighborhood and I have a plan for that. Our city has a plan for the neighborhood, and here's our plan, and here's the piece where you fit in it. That's exactly what the Fed is looking for when they look for their CRA credits. And so we want to try and make sure that we promote this to those banks so they can see that they can be a piece of our solution. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, it gives me more of an idea of what you're looking at.
So can you describe, could you describe what this actual thing is? Because relating in the alternative section, language that makes it appear as though we can't really, it's saying we're not recommending that you give us any further direction or come back with any changes, and that you just accept this report. I'm trying to get a sense of what the...
We're hoping to receive as many comments as you feel are appropriate, because we will be working on the actual action plan and presenting that whenever the next council
January
meeting is.
28th, okay.
Yeah.
Thanks, Louise. I have a lot of thoughts, but I'll try to be brief on this, because I appreciate your...
You want to comment, Sam?
Yeah.
Okay. So, all right. I'm going to suggest that Louise grab a seat, but just...
It's not going to be that long.
No, but sometimes when the staff presentation is done at the podium, the discussion ends up all going as though it's to Louise as opposed to the council. Okay. So I'm trying to encourage the staff presentations to be done at the staff desk, but I think we just didn't communicate this time.
But for those of us that are vertically challenged, that's
no, just
difficult.
because it just we're
the dynamic is
right. The dynamic ends up being about a series of bilateral conversations instead of the council as a whole. So
okay, and that's fair. And I Louise, I do appreciate your challenge, your passion on this, and the challenge that you face on this. Not your vertical challenge, but this is all. You bring up an interesting dynamic that I've been thinking about in the Washington neighborhood quite a bit. It is, and I've been saying this for some time. It's. I think we all see it as it's going to be an exciting part of our future because of its character and its history and its proximity and all the things we know. And this is what you're articulating is the risk that comes with it, is that the displacement of low-income folks, which in my mind also brings up issues regarding just losing the cultural value that it brings along with it. That's the risk you run. The question I have on this, and I think that we have to think about as we have these ideas on either employment opportunities or on the housing side, especially on the employment opportunities, is how do we actually implement this? I mean, it's fairly Herculean. We don't really have a spot for that, and I can't think of anything close to that except for the homeless coordinator sort of role. And because this is a sort of a large issue encompassing a lot of different, being able to pull levers at different areas, and I'm not sure, I'm not saying I support that at all. I'm just saying that's the issue I have with kind of the question I have around this is how do we implement this? You'd love to be able to have target employers and support entrepreneurs bringing in more education, partner with banks and CDFIs and everybody else that kind of are the ecosystem of small businesses and entrepreneurship. But that's a full-time job, and how do we actually, the action plan is what I'm interested in, is how do we take this and say, make it to smaller size pieces and whatever. I'm not seeing how that all fits together, because I'm supportive of the concepts. It's just a matter of you want to see them happen. That's the challenge I see. There was one area that on the locate, and there's another piece of this that I want to bring to, which it's a mix between the housing strategy and then the economic development side and employment opportunity. Is that as values rise, the part I worry about is not just the housing part for residents, but the ability for space, because business commercial space will also increase in value, which means rents for the coffee shop and rents for the dry cleaner or whatever. That's the part I worry about as well. And that, granted, some of those services that a lot of the employers you're talking about, those will be there, but I worry about that piece as well. If we're going to have people moving in, bringing jobs of 5 to 10 people in a small office setting or a small service setting, I worry about that piece too, because the same issues you have with affordable housing, it sort of trickles down into business starts, is their ability to get affordable rents. And these are all things that kind of hang together for me, and sort of how do you create the Washington neighborhood to have the sort of the care for that element where people can either be entrepreneurial, and if, because the people you're servicing, that we're servicing, that are coming through your small business seminars, they're going to be the ones opening the coffee shop or whatever else. They're not going to be able to afford anything there, or at least that's the kind of work where they're living, where we're trying to find them housing. So if that makes sense, that's kind of my concern as well, and where does that fit into this? So just some thoughts on the issue.
Yeah, I really struggle with this, with the strategy, because this is one of the most endemic problems of any city, anywhere, and kind of like homelessness in some ways, and no one has figured it out. Right? There's this unicorn that will take a distressed neighborhood that's had years and years of deterioration, disinvestment, and poverty, and fix it all up, but only for the people that live there. It will not become attractive to anybody else that will want to move in, and therefore, because them moving in is what drives up the property values. Or maybe we'll solve that. People will move in, it'll become more attractive, the property values will rise. But we will somehow encapsulate the population that was there before through some suite of affordable housing covenants and social services. There's no evidence anywhere not just in this country, in the world, of that model working. Where you create these kind of lively, neighborhoods with great services, and that stay the same forever, right? That's not how any city works. Places become, they get hot and people move in and they change and whatever, and then they get overbuilt, and even though it's first-generation coffee shops can't afford to move in there anymore because now it's a Prada store or something else, and then the cool people have gone on to another, some other neighborhood next door. That's how urban places work. I mean, there is no place that is a stable, mixed income place all the time. And which doesn't say it's not desirable, but the one thing I'm sure will not achieve it is more inclusionary housing and some services from the Workforce Investment Board. That will not accomplish that because those systems have already failed. I mean, they fail. They're part of the reason why we have these challenges in the first place. Is traditional job training programs and WIBs and all this. They don't work. I chair the workforce stuff for the U.S. Conference of Mayors, and so I've seen enough other cities to see it's not that we're getting it wrong here. It's just they don't accomplish that objective. They make a difference in individual people's lives, but these are systemic issues that we're talking about, systemic changes in neighborhoods, and so getting folks to a GED has no relationship to income. There's no lifetime income benefit to having a GED versus not having a GED. So why would we invest time or delude ourselves into thinking that getting somebody into a GED program is going to wash our conscience free of gentrification? When what we really need to do is dive into the mud of what gentrification, what its implications really are, and then deal with the folks that are there. Right. So there's the individual folks that are in the neighborhood today, who may be underemployed, underskilled, may be experiencing poverty, but they're individual people, and what happens to them in how we protect them and their interests and their families is a different policy question than in 10 years from now, is there the same number of distressed, poor, underemployed people who might be different people? Right, that's a subtle but very important difference, which we often don't, we think we failed if we have a neighborhood in 10 years where the poverty rate's not the same. Well, the poverty rate may not be the same because we've actually, as we've seen in other parts of the city, where homeownership has been higher, where folks have increased their wealth and then used that wealth to invest in, college or university education for their kids and to break the cycle. But that may mean that you have less poverty in the future. But the people that were poor are not as poor as they were before. Is that a win or is that not a win? To me, it is, because it's the folks that I see at the post office and the supermarket whose lives have been better. And if they're not poor anymore, because they're middle-class families living in a middle-class neighborhood with all the middle-class amenities, that's great. Now, it may mean that our income profile looks different, that we haven't calcified poverty in a neighborhood in the name of trying to protect income diversity. So I struggle with even what the objective is, and I don't know what the answer is because I haven't seen it anywhere else either. And but I know it's not simple, and I know it's not just connecting people to the existing programs or expanding the existing amounts of covenanted affordable housing that we're building or the inclusionary housing requirements that we're creating. That's not enough. Cities like San Francisco have spent 10, 20, 30, 40, $50 million trying to solve gentrification. We are not going to solve it with the equivalent of a half-time homeless coordinator, right? So we should slap ourselves in the face first. Say, okay, that's not going to happen. So what's a more specific set of objectives that we can achieve for the individual residents that are in that neighborhood now, about whom we need to know as much as we knew about the 71 individuals that we were dealing with in the Bridge to Housing program. Right, so folks who own their home already in the Washington district don't face these challenges necessarily, right? That if property values go up and they're low-income folks who happen to own a home because it was so inexpensive to buy in the Washington district for so many generations, it's all to the good. They have higher levels of wealth. Thanks to Prop 13, they're largely protected from property tax increases. They're a beneficiary. The folks who are challenged are folks who are in rental housing that they don't control, or in mobile home parks that can be converted. And as we start to think of, okay, what's the strategy for assisting them, then it becomes more of a specific, solvable challenge, as opposed to we will somehow ourselves solve the challenge of undereducation and job training and entrepreneurship and affordable housing. Those are challenges that are. I feel like we're pretty competent, but I feel like those are beyond me in terms of being able to feel like we're really solving them if we don't actually just take it from almost like a case perspective, the individuals in parts of the neighborhood that aren't particularly vulnerable housing situations where they cannot internalize the wealth generation that's happening in their own neighborhood. So that's not helpful at all, other than to say, I appreciate the work that's been done on it for sure, and the effort to try to take on what is really an important issue. I just don't feel like this set of strategies really, I wouldn't feel like, I wouldn't be able to go to bed thinking, okay, we actually did that.
Well, as I looked at this, and I know that a whole lot of, this is sort of like the homeless issue all over again. You don't know what to, we all got ideas or have ideas, but none of it ever works. It never has worked, and it probably never will work. But at the same time, everybody keeps trying to do it. We keep trying to do it. And the same thing goes for this particular, one of the things that I thought that I might throw out there, and that is, what did the R Street area do? R Street's doing very well in Sacramento right now. They're doing very well. And it was the businesses that made it click. The residents still stayed, but there were a number of businesses that opened up that became the place to go, or whatever it was. And so I was going to just sort of suggest that maybe we look and see what the city of Sacramento has done for a number of years now, and it's taken some time. But that whole R Street section, I went over there a few weeks ago, and they have that same sort of exciting vibe and feeling that we do at Friedman's Project. We can see that there's something, it's going to click, it's going to make it. This is what you want. And you can sort of feel the energy. You can sort of feel that people are willing to invest in businesses. They're willing to invest in homes in West Sacramento. They're willing to make those kinds of investments. And I think the same kind of thing is happening on R Street. So I don't know. I don't know if anybody's being displaced because of it. I don't know if it's all gentrification that's happening. I see some of the older homes that are still older homes, and people are living in them that look like they've lived in them years and years and years. So, I just thought that maybe there was something that they've done right that we may be able to copy or emulate.
Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, I just make a comment on R Street. I think well, they've been able to set up a property improvement district there. They've got all the business owners organized for that entire corridor.
They have it now, but they didn't when they started.
Yeah, there weren't a lot of residential on there anyway during that time. And it was a lot of basically commercial. And there's also been a lot of residential development, kind of not on R Street, but away 2 or 3 blocks or away that's more higher end, where people are spending money now, and they're seeing that. So it's kind of, housing is kind of, to a large extent, driven that type of development.
Sandine?
I think you've made some points about, Mayor, about how ambitious this could be, and I think maybe a way, something that we maybe not achieve. I think we could pick a couple of these tactics or strategies out and then build some tactics underneath them. I think locating sites for service delivery, for example, is one, or pursuing the low-cost financing for economic development is another, maybe, and spurring on. There is a little mini entrepreneurial hub in the middle of that area where there's in this district where there's a recording studio, a new little deli. There's folks that kind of want to get things going, and I think thinking about ways to support that. And then I think if you blend some of the housing and kind of economic development, employment opportunity ideas together, such as Habitat for Humanity like program, I think there's some things out there that we we might be able to grab hold of that. I don't know that they would actually meet all of the tenets of this grant, but perhaps we could make some effort or some movement forward. I think we can't not try to do something in this district. And I think having had all the conversations with the neighbors, there's a very active neighborhood group there. But I agree with you. I don't think we can waive, like, just say we're going to do this in 5 years. Things will all be fine. So I don't know, my mind's kind of racing because I'm thinking of programs like the Plates program, or there's interesting kind of training programs, but I think, to your point, it's like who, or maybe it's Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, who manages that, who puts that forward? I mean, we can put strategies out there and try to initiate activity, but is it a half-time staff person, or how do we actually turn the dial? So that's where.
Yeah. Well, even that little the hub that's emerging on 3rd Street. None of the folks that are either starting those or working there are from the trailer parks in the neighborhood, right? They're either they're folks who've come into the neighborhood because they're urban pioneers, or they're longtime homeowners there, and that's I think it's easy sometimes. What I'm trying to avoid, at least for myself, is the ethical delusion that the tricking myself into thinking that we're actually addressing the impacts on poor people in that neighborhood with these strategies, as opposed to just making ourselves feel better about it and setting as our bar the protection of poverty in the neighborhood, which is different from the protection of real poor people who live there today. And those are not the same policy objective, and I am in favor of the second. The first, I'm for income diversity. I just haven't seen how to accomplish in a real way. And having a bunch of covenanted affordable housing developments and some inclusionary developments and that sort of thing is not real. That's not real in the wild income diversity. That's a stopgap attempt to try to do something, but it's not real. That's not organic, sustainable diversity that's occurring in the neighborhood. But that issue aside, are you trying to sustain a level of poverty in the neighborhood, or are you trying to deal with individual people who currently live there that are in conditions that are largely impoverished? And then what are you doing about that? And which is essentially what we've been doing with on the bridge to housing piece. That's similar. What are you doing about that and them? And many of the strategies that we've talked about either they're not impactful in the research, or they don't reach that population. And so it's not an argument to do nothing. It's just there's limits on what we're going to be able to do. We should be really smart about it and have good performance metrics around what it is that we're really trying to accomplish, so that so that we're not just making ourselves feel like we've done something. So. And we don't have the power to turn this back anyway. I mean, at this stage, it's actually not the TODs and the density that's driving this at this stage, right? Folks moving in next door at whatever density it gets built to now that the riverfront's opened up are going to drive property value increases, right? It's not the fact that you can build. Yes, it will go even higher, but for most of these properties, virtually any form of development, whether it's high density or low density, is going to be of a higher value than the existing trailer park or the existing empty lot. And so it's going to drive those property values regardless, even if we were to stop today and say, oh, we're not going to do any more business recruitment, we're not going to do any more economic development, we're not going to do any more rezoning. It would still happen now. The gentrification process is already underway. All right, so we've heard the presentation and given some feedback. And it's
if I was Louise, I don't know if I'd want the feedback we've got. It's just sort
oh,
of
I'm sure I know I wouldn't want it. But.
Well, we could come back with an action plan that may be smaller steps. I mean, this is a plan out to 2035, come up with some short-term strategies. We'd come back with those on the January 28th meeting, get your input, and then adopt, pose this either for adoption on the 28th, or we could roll it back to the meeting on February 18th for final approval.
Yeah, here's one suggestion, which is that there are, I know we've consulted with the existing web of service providers and all of that, and who are, work hard and care a lot and do good things. They're not the leading edge of this work. Bernadette Austin, the sort of social enterprise affordable housing folks that are grappling with exactly those issues, they are more in tune with what's emerging as at least some of the experimental strategies that people who are spending a lot of time and energy and have a lot of experience doing this are doing. Policy Link out of Oakland. So rather than going to the in-community service providers, but really folks who've been doing a lot of thinking, experimenting, studying, metric evaluating, the real research on this work, I think would help to inform our efforts, so that we're looking for some high impact, efficient strategies rather than more of a scattershot set of investments in kind of the same stuff that we've already been doing would be helpful, at least from my perspective. Okay. Not to replace necessarily all of this, but at least to inform and frame it and prioritize it. Okay, so that's do your feedback with you what you can, Mr. Manager. All right, thanks. Thanks, Louise. Item 20. Oh, only 20? Jeez. Item 20 is consideration of transit-oriented or transit-orientated development strategy, initial parking analysis report for the Washington District. Mr. Doherty?
Good evening, Mayor and members of City Council. Chris Doherty with the Public Works Department. Yeah. Hold it? Okay. Thank you. The item in front of you this evening is the transit-oriented development parking strategy for the Washington District. The second item today in the HUD grant moving forward. This workshop will review the current and future conditions of parking in the Washington area and recommend strategies and techniques to manage and reduce the need for parking in the future. The current conditions, as you can see on the slide in front of you, there are currently 1,089 parking spaces on street in the Washington District, and they primarily serve residents in the small commercial uses of the area. Off-street, there are currently 1,850 spaces, and those are in 2 locations. Staff only looked at locations that were viable for public parking in the future, so that excluded the CalSTRS parking garage as due to the constraints of opening that facility up to the public. As the Washington area transitions into a more urban district, on-street parking will become an important asset. Parking along emerging commercial corridors will function as short-term, easily accessible, and high-cost parking, ensuring parking availability. Residential areas will utilize the existing residential permit parking program to avoid spillover from these emerging commercial districts. Can you go one step? Sorry. Thank you. What you're seeing in the slide in front of you is the areas where the largest increase in parking will happen throughout the district. With the expected increase in the amount of development in Washington area, the parking demand will increase as well. It is estimated that approximately 5,600 parking spaces will be needed throughout the area. That would be approximately 4 5-story parking garages, equivalent to the Ziggurat garage, to put that into context. And most of that parking will be off-site. While it is expected that new development will construct parking to meet the needs of their development, this may not be feasible for several of the developments on smaller lots. This could discourage density for those lots in the Washington area, and would really discourage the transit-oriented development nature we're trying to envision for that area. The new management strategies that we are recommending will provide flexibility for the development in the district and allow the city to manage both the supply and the demand of parking as we incentivize higher density and more efficient use of the assets in the district. Thank you. This slide shows the parking management strategies that are in the efficiency techniques. We separated them out into three categories: efficiency techniques, financial incentives, and supportive strategies. A couple examples here are the idea of shared parking, where multiple uses, whether residential, office, retail, would share one parking facility who would not be assigned to a specific use. Also, the idea of an in lieu fee for parking if a development is a small development and cannot afford to build needed on-site parking, they can pay into an in lieu fee where they could be using parking assets elsewhere in the district. Financial incentives are also important as we move forward in our parking management plan. Parking pricing is going to be key to create the real cost of parking in the district. And also the idea of unbundling parking from whether either a residential unit or an office use, so that that parking is purchased by the individual who'd be using it, therefore passing on the real cost of that parking, not institutionalizing it into the unit or the office space. And lastly, the supportive strategies. The key one here is the enhanced and improved enforcement in the area. This is really the third leg of the stool. None of these programs really work well unless there's adequate enforcement there to provide efficient and fair and consistent enforcement. And that really concludes my presentation. I'll be happy to take questions at this time.
Minority. So the parking, there's the parking demand figures. I've been seeing some recent stories about millennial car uses and parking uses. Are estimates accounting for changes in generational changes in parking and driving yet?
We didn't look at generational per se. We looked at a reduction based on the amount of density. We used research by Todd Littman out of the Victoria Transportation Research that generally indicates between a 5 and 20% reduction in parking demand. The higher the density increases in that area.
And you mentioned the CalSTRS structured parking. Do you account for all of the ziggurats parking in your inventory?
We did, because that would be very easy to convert to a public facility, whereas the construction of the STRS facility would not be.
Yeah. Shift change? I don't think we've had one of those. I don't think we've had one of those in 10 years. All right, bring in the new council. All right, no other comments? All right, good work. This one's
okay.
That's good.
Thank you.
Now Louise is resenting you, just FYI. All right, item 21 is presentation and discussion on pavement condition and road maintenance funding. Mr. Albia.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the council. Considering the time of the day, I would like to wrap this in, I'll try to wrap this in five minutes or so, and then bring this back again at the strategic planning meeting for further discussion. But before I do that, I would like to introduce to you briefly a key hire in my department, Jason McCoy. He's a senior planner. We brought him in to mainly deal with as a project manager for Broadway Bridge. However, since Mike Lucan has left the city, he will be temporarily covering some of Mike Lucan's assignments also, including the streetcar, until we find a replacement for Mike Lucan. So I just want to mention that to you. You want to say a couple of sentences?
Thank you. I just actually want to take this time to thank staff for the warm welcome that I've received from the directors, from our city manager, and continuing to get help from Mike Lucan, who takes his time to come into the office to actually help with this transition and make sure that the priority projects stay seamless. So my door is always open. If you have any questions, feel free to come down and see me.
And he's volunteered for the graveyard shift.
All right. Thank you. Okay, I have a very brief slideshow with only 4 slides in it. So basically, the payment condition is measured with the health of the payment is measured with PCI, which is Pavement Condition Index. Yeah. The average PCI for the city streets is currently at 74. Actually, 74 is not a bad number. It is considered to be good to excellent in that range. However, sometimes this average PCI is misleading. In this case, a couple of things happened. Back in the early 2000s, we did a lot of new pavements, and that kept the average high. And also in the past 10 years, between 2002 and 2012, we've invested about $2.4 million a year on an average from Measure K capital, and that also may be the reason why the PCI is high, considering the statewide average, which is only 66 on local streets and roads. So we are doing well with respect to the PCI, average PCI. Although the average PCI is at 74, it doesn't give you the full picture. For example, 12% of our pavement is under poor or failed condition. So the average doesn't, kind of covers that part of it. Going forward, the policy question that we need direction on is what is the acceptable level of pavement condition that we want to maintain in the future. We just threw in 4 options there. We could come up with more options, but these are some 4 logical data points that we want to present to you. The first option, of course, is to maintain it at 84, which is the high end, and we are not recommending that. In order to maintain that, just to give you an idea, it takes about $67 million over the next 10-year period, and that's just to give a data point. To maintain it at the current level, which is 74, we would need $43 million over the next 10-year period. And if you want to maintain it at 64, we would need roughly $20 million over the next 10-year period. The reason we threw in that idea is because that was the contribution from Measure K during those 10-year periods. So if we were to continue that, we will end up with 64. But currently, because Measure K is not available for payment, the capital Measure K, so there is no funding attached to road rehab program. So with no funding attached, we are looking at a PCI of 54 in the next 10 years. And all these cost estimates is only the pavement, cost to maintain the pavement. As you know, when we rehab the roads, if the ADA requirements are not met, by law, we have to meet the ADA requirements. And if that is the case, then we need to add about 25 to 30% depending on the case. So that's where it is. Now, we don't want to just throw out numbers 84, 74, 64, what that means. So the next slide shows you a picture of what those means. So you'll have an idea of where we want to maintain these roads. 84 looks like that, and 74, it's where we are right now on an average. 64, you see more cracking, and 54 is really bad. So that's where it is. And then we were also looking at some of the funding options that could be available. Can you go to the next slide, please? So we basically listed all the potential possible funding sources. At this point, I don't have a recommendation, but I just listed all the sources. Measure K base allocation, you're going to hear a presentation right after this, talks about Measure K. There might be some possibilities to shift some money from Measure K to road rehab, possible. And then you're also going to hear a presentation after that about some major projects. And one of that is going to talk about Measure V. There might be some possibilities to move some Measure V money to road. Then grants for road rehabilitation. When we apply for SACA grants, at least in the past round, we did not prioritize road rehab as a high priority. And that's something we may want to consider in the future. And then infrastructure financing districts, when we establish those, maybe we want to contribute some of that towards road rehab projects if that is eligible. The issue with that is the IFD money won't be available in the next few years. It's a long-term thing, not a short-term thing. The next one is the local measure to replace Prop 30. Prop 30 is the one that added a 0.25% sales tax, statewide sales tax. That ends in 2016, and the state is not considering, as far as I know, to extend the sales tax. Is that something that we want to do at a local level to extend that? And then Measure G, if a road rehab project, if it's a catalyst to economic developments, and then Measure G could be used. Should we consider a future parcel tax, or should we consider some general funds to be contributed to the road rehab program? These are all the options we have. Like I said, I will be bringing this back at the strategic planning meeting next month. But before that, if there is any additional data that you would like staff to collect or additional analysis to be done, we could do that and bring that to the strategic planning meeting, so it'll be useful for you to make the policy decisions. So that concludes my presentation. I'm here for any questions.
All right. Let me just emphasize, the strategic planning meeting is a strategic planning meeting. It is not another council meeting. And just for members of the public and for department directors, it's not a place for us to be doing policy making. It's around our overall strategy. And so as we describe what that meeting is about and what's going to be happening there, it's not an extended agenda item for a council meeting, just to be clear. So, Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, I just, a real quick question. You know, between the two scenarios, I guess it would be the blue ribbon scenario and the lesser scenario. So my concern is really the cost when the roads degrade to the point where they need reconstruction, because if you pointed out, it's $70 to $90 per square yard to reconstruct versus $20 to $40 to do a pavement overlay, and then $2.50 for slurry. So when you're looking at these gradations, what I'd like to see is, you know, which roads are, you know, at the reconstruction stage. Because I'm assuming that if you go the full, wish you had all the money in the world, you basically do reconstruction as well, and then get those to the point where after that everything's just slurry sealed.
Well, a prudent strategy would be to slurry seal all the pavements every 5 to 7 years. And then even when you do that, it's just like maintaining a car. You want to change the oil every 3,000 to 5,000 miles, but still at some point you need to change the car and get a new car. It's the same strategy. We would use slurry seal every 5 to 7 years if we have the money, and then at some point we would do a rehab. We should never go to the reconstruction if we maintain it well.
All right. So, but at that second level, you'd be basically maintaining everything in the same state it is right now with slurry seals or whatever.
But at some point, the slurry seal will not be feasible. So at that point, we would go to the rehab, and that's the second.
Would that be over the 10-year period?
No,
I mean, you're looking at this over a 10-year period, 60.
Yeah, some of the streets, so if you look at the map, the attachment 1, I believe, so some of the streets, like State Streets neighborhood, that we'll have to do a rehab. But in some other neighborhoods, you are already seeing green. That means the pavement is in good condition. All we needed to do is a slurry seal and then maintain it that way so it doesn't become yellow, blue, or red.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Mr. Ledesma.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem Ledesma, sorry.
Thanks for the update and primer on this. So here's what I would like to see, and you had those with the illustrations of those with the PCI of the recommended thresholds, but that's looking at it citywide, right? It's an average of where we are, and I'm looking at we have 12% of roadways, I think that's what it's saying, in the poor or failed stage, and we had no illustration of that. And so I'm having this thinking about how to approach this and prioritize these things, and so I'm curious. And I can look at the map and see it is a state streets. As parts of Southport, and I've been on the state streets and up in looks like up on Pecan, up north is another area that needs, I'm just trying to get to, can we look at those, rather than having a citywide look at a PCI of 74 and we got to maintain it, the entire citywide, that totally takes into discount those state streets, folks. So if the policy level questions are like, where's the threshold? Shouldn't we also be looking at, a certain percentage should not be below the 25 or the 50 mark, just like we do on certain other policies. We have to put things in a different perspective. That's my worry, is that if we could be perfectly happy at 74%, but for 12% of the roadways, it's failing, and those residents or those businesses that count on that for goods movement, it's not getting the attention. So, am I missing?
Did you hear a question?
Pardon me?
That's my feedback.
Yeah. All right, other comments? I just want to provide some context, because this issue's been around for a long time, and Mr. Christoph has been a huge leader in the city on this. Was the one who really led the work to assure that Measure J&K devoted so many resources to road rehabilitation, because the state of our roads, when we became a city, what we inherited from a century of disinvestment, were so tough, and because we have so much trucking and other uses that there are parts of the city that require a lot more rehabilitation and maintenance than other places. We got and at the regional level, this is a huge issue too. We are not alone in this, right? SACOG is retooling the next Metropolitan Transportation Plan to have a fix-it-first orientation around road maintenance, because every jurisdiction is facing this. And so we got our report at the last SACOG meeting around, okay, what's the whole region look like then? Because we're all hearing these reports, but we don't have context for it. And so we got this one. I actually think it's pretty interesting from a West Sacramento perspective, because we rank at the top in terms of the current condition of our local streets and roads. There's no city in the region that is at a higher in the higher band in terms of their pavement condition index. We've spent more than virtually anyone in total. One of the most telling metrics to me was how much money has been spent per mile in our city compared to others in the decade between 2002 and 2011. And you go down the list, and Sacramento's spent $40,000 per mile. Davis has spent $40,000 per mile. Winters $9,000 per mile. Woodland $17,000 per mile. Folsom $23,000 per mile. West Sacramento $79,000 per mile. So just on a per mile basis, and I'm assuming it's attributable largely to the Measure J&K investments we made, but we've spent more than 50% per mile than any other city in the region. On a per capita basis, same thing. We're the highest in the entire region in terms of spending per capita. West Sacramentans are spending $850 per person in the city for road maintenance during that period. That's 4 times as much as Davis, where they spend $250, or Sacramento, where they're spending $300. So I mentioned, and of all of our transportation investments, we're spending 88% of our transportation money on maintenance. This is in one of the fastest growing cities in the region, so you would expect, just looking at the data naive, you would think, well, the city that needs more bridges and roads for all of its growth would actually be spending a lower proportion of its transportation money on maintenance than other jurisdictions. But actually, we're almost at the top in terms of the proportion of our transportation money that we're spending on maintenance as opposed to new capacity projects. So mostly I'm proud of that. I mean, it's the community that voted to do that. We've made a lot of progress in terms of fixing dilapidated roads that we inherited. But we also have I want to understand this better than simply how do we replicate a period where we have been spending 3-4 times as much as anyone else. How do we continue that? That's not sustainable, right? Because none of those revenue sources on that sheet are going to be 2 to 3 or to 4 times as high as they are in every other jurisdiction in the region. So we need to figure out both how to calibrate our spending and to increase the revenues that are available, but not to the point where we're going to be able to replicate the Measure J and K period forever. We can't always be spending $80,000 per mile over a decade in road rehab, while other jurisdictions are spending a quarter of that and still hope to be competitive in terms of our investments in every other city service. So I'm supportive of looking down that whole list and the next item as well. But I don't want this, just like when we deal with firefighter issues or anything else, I don't want any one topic to make it feel like it can run away with our entire budget. We've got to live within, we have to live within our means, even on road rehabilitation and road maintenance, and get within a band of best practices over time. It's not to suggest that we're wasting money. We chose to make these investments through our sales tax, but it's not that approach alone is not going to get us back to, that's $43 million is what it would take to keep us at $79,000 per road mile, per mile. I'm not sure that's sustainable.
What I would argue is it's probably not necessary, because if you look at the map and the data, 2002 to present, I mean, that's when the crux of our rehabilitation of old roads, and you can classify. I would guess, I'm not looking at the data, but I would guess because most of our infrastructure work on roads and whatnot was rebuilding them. Right? Jefferson Boulevard was in that category. It was a 2-lane road, no shoulders. And now it's 4 lanes, shouldered, medium, everything else. What is that? So you're kind of proving my point, is that we got to find another threshold or another approach to with that context in mind. The roads that in my neighborhood are now 12 years old, 13 years old, and they're in good shape. They shouldn't need that, but we have to have a system that sort of anticipates that aging process or that maintenance process, where it's just not a blanket PCI index of 74, because it totally disregards areas that are critical, and it doesn't take into account that we don't need to worry about certain roads. If you're using your car analogy, it's only on mile 30,000 when it's going to break down at 100. So it's just kind of that's the part I need to think about. So thank you for that information.
Yeah. This one's just presentation only, but are there any other questions or comments on this one? Next one's similar topic, sort of, maybe, hopefully. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you.
All right, item 22 is workshop and Measure K water rate reduction alternatives.
I'm just trying to get us to midnight just to say it's a 5-hour meeting.
5 a.m.
Never beat that record, brother. And you don't want it.
I don't want it. I was there.
Was that the port?
Yeah.
So I wasn't sure if it was going to be good evening or good morning, so I guess I get to still say good evening, Mayor and Council. I'd like to just start really quickly by thanking Nitish Sharma, our budget manager, for all the work he's done on the report. And then we're just going to quickly go through 5 slides and just looking for some direction for us to be able to come back for future action from the council. So the first slide, one more. 2 takeaways from the first slide. This is our spending in 13-14 of Measure K base. And the 2 takeaways are that we've spent 34.5% of the Measure K revenues on the water rate reduction, and we projected 27% based upon Resolution 0258. So obviously, we're spending more money on it than projected. And then second takeaway is that we're spending 15.8% of the money on roads versus the 27% projected. And as the mayor's commented, we have spent a lot of money on roads over the years, but in the base category, the maintenance, we're certainly below. The next slide. Next slide shows you the cumulative since Measure K was enacted, starting at January of 03, enacted in 02. And this slide shows that the takeaways are 3. Number 1, the 35% has been spent on the water rate reduction versus the 27% projected, and 17.4% on roads versus the 27% projected. And then if you'd gone to the slide before, you saw there was 0 on streetcar. And now, obviously, it shows that based upon council direction at the budget this year, that we now have caught up and put the money into the streetcar project. Next slide. So the last slide just shows some options. Staff has heard many comments sort of over the last couple of years that, you know, people who weren't here when this was voted on and maybe who don't really need the water rate reduction, and maybe we ought to look at doing something different. So just some options, and these are not exhaustive, and they could be combined, and we're just looking for some direction whether council is interested in us further exploring any of these options. So just very simply, it's freeze the subsidy effective July 1 or some other date, so keep it where it is. That's $900,000 almost right now, and any future money would go to wherever the council directed it. Second would be to roll it back. You could roll it back to 2003, or you could roll it back to any date in between. Obviously, there would be an economic that would reduce the subsidy, and that extra money would be freed up for some other purpose. Three would be to revise the eligibility requirements as to who could be eligible. And I gave you an example, as I think it was attachment 4, that the way you get a subsidy for the sewer, some sort of eligibility. 4 would be to sunset it, just to say, okay, it's going to sunset at a certain date, and then use that money for some other purposes. Again, the council always has the ability to do it. And then the 5th would be to just leave the policy as it is. Clearly, as I think the mayor and has commented, this is not going to be enough money to solve the road problem or any other major projects, which we'll be talking about next. But it really is just looking at the water rate subsidy, asking whether the council has any interest in us further exploring a different way of doing the water rate reduction.
Just on number 1, freeze the subsidy, does that mean freezing the amount of the subsidy, or freezing the scope of the subsidy in terms of who it applies to? What does that
It would mean freezing it, so any new person who moved into town would no longer get the subsidy.
Okay, gotcha.
So, and again, there could be combinations of these. You could roll it back to a date, and you could still have, and staff would recommend that you have the eligibility no matter what you do. If you're going to reduce it, the people who absolutely need it for a hardship, we would recommend that you continue that in some fashion. So we're just looking for direction, and done with this one.
All right, Mr. Johannesson.
Yeah, just quickly, I just, you know, whenever we talk about water rate reduction, particularly with industrial users or business users, there's an economic development question there, so I'd like to have more input on what that means in terms of, you know, how much of a burden it'd be on economic development, and then also just your average consumer. I mean, you've got $3 a year, or is it $3 a month here? That just your average consumer. So, you know, it's just a lot of money to a lot of people. Right. So that's the kind of thing I'd like to see. If we're looking at, for example, rolling it back, what does that mean in terms of economic development? What is the business community saying about that? Because it is going to be a question of priorities. Do we, you know, save money here and put it in other parts of economic development, which may be a you know, fair swap, but there's other people who are just a straight cash outlay. That may be a burden that we have to deal with.
Yeah, the only thing that I feel a little bit sorry for, and that is what's going to happen is the community's going to get really double hit. And the reason I say that is because the sewer rates are going up. They're going up, and I'm not sure exactly how much. We should check this out. But I think it's another $3 also. So then when our citizens get their utility bills, if they don't have the water rate reduction on there, then they're going to also be hit with, that'll be $6 a month. And I'd like to try to find some way to soften that blow. So I was sort of thinking that there may be a way in which we can do the freeze subsidy. And I don't know what year to go back to, but it has to be far enough back so that you can generate enough money to do something with. And so we'll just have to pick our poison on what it is, if it's road maintenance or is it something else, and I'm not sure what it is. But, so we have to generate enough money so that it's useful. So that I can pave, we'll say, 10 streets in the State Street area. And at the same time, that freeze could go back, well, let's say 5 years. If it goes back 5 years, how much money will that generate? And it's not generating any money, it's just not getting that $3 for another 3 years. So, I don't know.
I should remember this, but when will we have metered water completely in the city?
Dennis, you want to help me? Is metered water
Sorry, I don't want to bring up a source.
2019? The full metered? 18, 19? I think it's 2019.
Okay.
You're asking the finance person a public works question.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Well, I'm asking that because I think it's, the timing might not be right for other opportunities we might have with freeing up these funds, but it seems to me that once a person can control their water usage in such a tight, in such a constrained way, that the subsidy would be to me is pointless because you're managing your water usage in a different way than we have now. So that's just something perhaps to also consider. But that's, again, I wanted to know the time frame because that now is 4 years out or 3 years out from here.
That's
a good point, and I also agree with Mr. Christoph's comments as well.
We can go back. I think what we'll do now is we'll go back and pick a few different years and do the analysis, and we'll be able to bring that back to council and tell you what we think might work.
But to Mr. Christoph's point, it has to be, what I'm interested in seeing is that cumulative effect.
Absolutely.
Because you have that and you have sewage.
Yeah. I'll look at the rollout of the sewer increases, and we'll have a further analysis.
Well, and even from this point forward freeze, it may not generate much now, but over time, as our sales tax base grows, it will.
Sure.
So, at least as a baseline, I'm definitely supportive of that.
Okay.
And
People will feel it, though. We will get calls.
But in new developments,
Yes,
and new,
yes,
I think,
yes.
if you don't go backwards at all, there's still, over time, there still will be revenues that could be used for road maintenance or other purposes. So I'd like to see the analysis of going back a little bit or whatever, in terms of what Mr. Christoph said. But even if we don't go back, there's still something to be had here. So.
Okay.
Okay, all right, thank you. Item 23, workshop on funding strategy for major capital projects.
I'm doing this, but I'm having some people step in over here.
Do you have a plan B for how this might be done in just a couple of minutes?
I do have a plan B.
Okay.
I do have plan B. I'm going to go to plan B.
Okay, thank you.
So we're going to do the short version, but I would be remiss if I didn't acknowledge that there have been a group of people who...
Oh, no, acknowledge them next month. Let's just
Next
go.
month? Okay. I will acknowledge there's been a great team.
We will remember them more next month.
All right. I'll tell you next month who was on the team, but we worked
Okay,
hard.
thank
So
you.
let's get to the PowerPoint so we can get to plan B. So we're going to get straight to the PowerPoint. I won't even give you the introduction of what we were trying to do. Well, I will give you that. So the goal of this team very simply was to look at our major projects, the amount of money the city would need for our major projects, make sure we have enough money, and make sure that we can cash flow those major projects. So this first slide simply shows you that the council has approved for Fund 106, the Community Investment Fund, $18 million. That's the green slide in the middle right corner. The bottom of the middle, you see that we are owed about $7 million. This fund is owed about $7 million from other funds, but it's highly unlikely we're going to get that money anytime soon. So the council's approved $18 million. Next slide. During that time period, we will have about $19 million coming in. So we have enough money in Fund 106 at the Community Investment Fund to pay for all of the projects council has approved. We have a little over $1 million extra, so that's good. After the 3 years here, we'll have another $3 million coming in, so we'll have money for other community investments. Probably not enough to solve our road problems or some of the other major projects that council would like us to do, but there is some income there. Next slide. Moving on to 405. 405 bottom line is we have about $7.2 million in council-approved projects. We also have a reimbursement for some property acquisition that's about $2.5 million in the fourth year. Next slide. The income we have coming in is 7.16, so we almost have enough income in 405 Bridge District Fund to pay for all the projects council approved. We're off by 40,000, we can carry that. But the takeaway is we don't have the money for the property acquisition reimbursement right now, and as council knows, we have a number of other projects in the Bridge District that need to be completed. We think we have an answer, obviously, to that. Council's aware of that because council has approved it, which is the IFD in the Bridge District. That is the answer to those other major projects in the Bridge District, and we think will be the answer to the property reimbursement. But the timing is the issue, whether we're gonna have that money from the IFD quick enough to be ready to generate the repayment and some of the projects. We'll have to keep our eye on that. Okay, next slide. Okay, this slide is one slide on Measure UV, but there's a lot of information there, so I'm gonna try just to really be quick on the background that I think you need to sort of know as you look at that slide. So streetcar needs about $27 million, $2 million extra if we do the line to Rayleigh Field. Flood needs about $30 million for the Southport project. The streetcar has no other funding source other than this. Flood obviously has additional bonding capacity of about $30 million. We've got $2.3 million that goes to Village Parkway, and staff has put in a reserve of about $4 million because we know that costs for things like streetcar tend to go up. They don't go down. So because we needed 27 for streetcar, we did two scenarios. Well, let me back up. We don't have enough money for Measure UV for either of these projects without doing financing, without bonding against the revenue. So that's the one direction we want from you tonight is just an authorization to move forward with our financing team to begin the bonding of Measure UV revenues, because we can't do the projects without that. So we looked at four scenarios, two with $27 million just to make sure we had enough for streetcar, one giving flood $10 million, there's $5 million in lieu fees that's available, one giving them $5 million. And then we ask our finance team, what's the maximum amount we can get from Measure UV bonding? And it's about $37 million. So we did two scenarios at $37 million with flood getting $10 million and $5 million. What this slide tells you is that if we bond Measure UV at its full capacity, $37 million, we can give flood either 10 or 5 million, either one will work. The 10 million will have about 4 years of negative cash flow where we'll have to carry, but it's a cap of 800,000 and it's 4 years and we think we could probably carry that. And the reason that's important is right now for flood to get to that 50%, so we can get the positive mapping, they don't only have to finish the Southport, but they have to do another project, and they think they need to keep about 15 million of their bonding capacity in order to have enough money to match and get to the 50%. So we'd like to, that's sort of, we'll be finalizing this and getting back to you and making sure that this all ties up well. If we gave them 5 million, we could cash flow the whole thing. There would be no negative impact at all on the general fund, and we wouldn't have to carry anything. But, and flood would have enough money to pay for Southport, but they wouldn't have necessarily enough money to do the next project. So the other piece of this, and this is just we wanted to sort of get this in front of you so we could roll this out, get any sort of sense of direction from you. The other piece is, and I think Denix, I can just go back to that slide at the end of Denix's presentation, there's obviously a number of other projects. There's a little bit of excess money here that we could use for roads. It's about $400,000 a year, even if we bond the 37 million and we give flood the 10 million. There is some excess money here if council is inclined to use some Measure UV money for roads. But you know, roads is not the only issue, obviously. We have Courtyard and police station and Washington and Pioneer Bluff, and so we will be coming back, not at the strategic planning session, obviously, because that's a planning session, but at a future council meeting to talk about other financing options, those ones that were on Denix's list and hopefully some others, to try to figure out how we're going to be able to pay for these other projects. But the good news is these two major projects, Southport and the streetcar, if we get authorization to move forward with the financing, we think we can get those done. So that's the good news. Bad news, we still have to figure out how to fund some of the other things that, and things you haven't even thought about yet. So with that, I'll answer any questions.
Mr. Christoph?
Yeah, well, one of the things you have to remember on the streetcar is there has to be a vote of the people as far as Sacramento is concerned. And I don't know where that's going. I mean, I see all the political leaders, I think, doing the right things. But if they, for some reason, don't pass that, what is the alternative? Where does streetcar go then?
Yeah, Phil.
What other creative, what other creative financing plans are out there that allow for Plan B, if you will, so the streetcar can move forward?
I think streetcar doesn't go anywhere if they vote that way. I mean, to be honest, that we've got our financing coordinated. We had a nice presentation at our executive team meeting from the folks from SACOG. They feel positive about it. I think you're right, Mr. Christoph, they're doing all the right things right now. We're hoping the fact that we have financing in place and have been able to articulate that is supporting them, that when they go to the property owners in Sacramento, they can say, you know, look, the people in West Sacramento have already, you know, they've done what they need to do, and hopefully they'll feel a little peer pressure. I don't think there's an answer if they vote it down.
Okay. For our flood, I'm really not sure 10 million is going to be enough for the completion of Southport levee and one other kind of levee.
No, correct. The idea is 10 million from Measure UV, 5 million in flood and lieu fees. The flood board, I think you were there at the meeting, they have additional 30 million capacity, so they'll do 15 million now. That will get them the 30 for that project, and they'll still have 15 million in additional capacity that you can then use for your next project.
Okay, that's it for now.
Okay.
Other comments or questions? No. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Phil, is this coming back for our retreat information?
Yeah, there'll be a major discussion from, you know, on funding of all projects as part of the policy discussion, not as an action item, as a discussion item.
Thank you.
And then we'll come back after that. After we get your policy direction at the retreat, we'll come back at a council meeting for action.
All right, council calendar, Mr. Trissini still there?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, this is our last meeting of the year. We won't be meeting again until January 28th, and just wanted to remind everybody that City Hall will be closed, city offices will be closed, except for police and fire, from December 24th and reopening on January 5th. And happy holidays.
Any questions on the calendar? City manager report?
Mayor and council members, we have a fire chief recruitment process that's underway. We started last week. We will wrap that up in mid-January. We'll have a new fire chief in place in April. In addition, on governmental affairs, to fill Mike Lucan's role, we've had reassigned John Robinson to head up governmental affairs. His big effort now is getting ready for the January trip with the mayors, as it coincides with the mayor's conference and our leave behind. So we're working with Paul and I on that one, and John's doing a great job.
City attorney report.
Nothing to report.
Staff direction from members of the council. Future agenda item requests. Motion to adjourn.
Okay, before we adjourn, may I ask to adjourn in memory of Simon Rubalcaba, who is the father-in-law of Planning Commissioner Joe Galvan, and his wife, Anna. So we send our condolences to them. He's been a West Sac resident for some time, so. Thank you.
So that's the motion. Is there a second? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Hearing none. Motion
Happy
carries.
holidays,
Meeting is
all.
adjourned.